Yeah.
And we also have sound on now.
Oh, we have sound on now as well. So now, hi everyone out on the stream. You can hear us, and not just here in the room. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, welcome. And shall we just say a few words about the venue and the day today, and then we will let the first speaker go on. I'll change the slide here without changing other things. Dude, we're back.
Yeah, it's been some hectic years, and we've been through a couple of attempts, and one succeeded very well in having a hybrid form of conference. That was in 2020, and last year we unfortunately had to postpone. I would say that it's really fantastic feeling to, after all this uncertainty of planning, for instance, just picking the date for this event was really difficult. We didn't know if it would be possible to even do it in April before we started the year, and it became January and February, and then we could see, it's happening.
Restrictions, travel restrictions, and all these things, you know. It's not fun to be an organizer in that environment, but we did it.
Yeah, and thanks
we're
to
all here.
Everyone who supported the event to believe that it would happen.
Exactly. Yes. That means a lot to us. Say hello to everyone. What are you thinking about this one, Balder?
Yeah, I'm saying hello. That's important. So we say hello to you, but there is some people on the stream. Maybe you would like to say hello on the chat in this room if you would like to just face your surrounding seats. Greet each other.
Yeah.
Oh, Paulo, hello.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's nice to see so many familiar faces. And Zulip is so previously it's been really good with asking questions and everything on Zulip, but maybe the internet, I'll come back to that, is not the best thing here on this venue. Unfortunately, we've done what we could. We have tried to pull all the strings, but the internet is just horrendous here. So if you can tether and hotspot, if you need to work under your seats, there should be power if you need that. Not to encourage you to sit and work and everything, but just in case you need to plug something in your razor or something. Yeah, and to ask questions on the stream. If we try not to see the questions in YouTube because there are two places we need to keep track of. So it's really nice with all the comments on YouTube. Thank you for that. If possible, if you can move to Zulip, that would be really, really nice. We'll try to look both places, but the priority is Zulip, and then we will also try and look at YouTube. But yeah, I hope that's okay with everyone out there. Then we have a code of conduct.
Yeah, it applies to this space and to the virtual space, and we hope you have seen it and read it. It's a short one. Yes?
Very important.
Secondly, this venue, sorry, internet folks, this venue here, there's a couple of things we would just like to remind about. First one is to please wear your name tags, then we know that you belong to this event. Secondly, the door down there, it locks when you leave. So make sure you've just had eye contact with someone who can let you back in again. And then it's a very tight space, as you can see. So we need to help each other out by keeping it tidy all day. It's especially going to be a tight space around the lunchtime when we have plates and food everywhere. But we hope you can help us out to manage the space. And
I'm sure it will be fine.
I should also mention that Caroline, who's standing all the way in the back, will help us out to clear plates and cups and so on during the day. And you can also help her out by putting any dirty dishes as close as possible to the kitchen. And we already mentioned the Wi-Fi. It's bad. Okay. Yes, I cannot see this slide on the computer, but we will have questions for talks, and if everything is super smooth, some minutes after the talk, we'll ask you in the audience first, and then we have a chat host who will monitor the chat and will read aloud the questions that are asked in there. And the break at 3:30 is for coffee and cake, and come and tap me on the shoulder if you have just submitted a lightning talk by then. Yeah.
Tonight we are going to have a party. Yay, it's happening. This venue, we can stay here almost as long as we want. So we aim to start like cleaning up around like midnight or something. But the idea is that we have a good day here, and then everyone goes out and have some dinner and maybe go and change clothes or have a shower at the hotel or wherever you are, and then come back here around 7. And yeah, there is a pub quiz. So if you have some good questions, please email them to info@djangodenmark.org.
We aim for Django Python related questions in this pub quiz.
Yeah, there is one person here in the room who is moderating the questions, and he will pick the best out. But please do share your good questions
and answers.
And answers also, by the way. Otherwise, he has to solve the riddle first. Yeah. And then thank you for all the support, corporate sponsors and supporters. It's really, really nice. It's you're helping us making sure that this day happens. So that's like super, super, super important. So we've included everyone here. If someone is missing, you need to yell out loud, and we will make sure you get here. But yeah, it's really, really, really nice. Thank you.
All right. Quick little background on who we are. Well, a long time ago, we had a meetup group. We still have a meetup group. And in 2018, we decided enough with the meetups, we'll try to have a conference. So we made the Django Day in 2018. And then we immediately got hijacked to do DjangoCon Europe the year after. That was in 2019.
That was fun.
Yeah,
That was a lot of fun.
that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And to do that, we made an official structure. So that's what Django Denmark is. Django Denmark is an organization that does basically Django Day and once did DjangoCon Europe. We also have a few other activities organizing Django Girls, which we did virtually last year. It was great.
Worked well.
Yeah. And then we have done some direct sponsorship for other Django communities around the globe, which has also been fantastic experience. And finally, what is very interesting to us, we think, and very promising is to get as much of a word out to companies in Denmark, especially that are using Django, so that we can mobilize the witness of how important Django has become as a framework in organizations and businesses. Yeah.
Yeah, and there is a lot of businesses that uses Django, but sometimes as a Django developer, you feel a little bit alone and you go on Stack Overflow, etc. But it's also nice to know that in Denmark there is a community across, like, you know, all the way from Skagen to Møns Klint. So like across the map, there are Django developers here in Denmark, and yeah, it's just nice. We know it, but you can't take for granted everyone else knows it. So I think that's also an important role for us to make sure that you're never alone, even though it's
also growing.
Yeah, and the community is also growing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's so nice.
And we can use your heads in Django Denmark for sure. We are volunteer based, so if you have a feeling that you want to do something in Django Denmark, just come and tap us on the shoulder. We have so many ideas, and you probably have ideas too.
Yeah. Did I do something with my mouse? That was it? Yeah,
that was our last
slide. That was
yes.
It. Good timing.
How are we on time?
We are 9:42. So that is perfect. We will just get the first speaker ready.
Yes.
I will pass on the microphone. You keep on the microphone on today, Balder.
Yes.
And yeah.
I think we can give a warm hand to Paolo.
Yes.
Who is already ready here on the first row. And so while Paolo doesn't have a microphone, I'll proceed to just introduce that Paolo has traveled quite far for this event, which honors us and flatters us. And also that Paolo has the most popular talk of all the DjangoCon Europe talks, which we are also honored by, was in Copenhagen. I checked it just yesterday, and you have passed 20,000 views on your talk about PostGIS, which, by the way, is a very good talk.
I don't touch it too much. Excellent. And then we will switch it on.
Yeah.
Just on the bottom. There's down there. There's a button. Just hold it on, maybe.
Trying to start presentation. Okay,
It's coming there. Fantastic.
okay. Go. Okay. I need to start the sharing.
We need to share the screen.
Okay, start share screen.
And we need to choose that one.
Okay. And it's working.
And I'm looking at Mads. He's thumbs up. Nice.
All right. So we're ready for our very first talk. Paolo Melchiorre, you will tell us a bit about making the most of Django.
Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to take a picture of this. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you again in person, finally. In recent year, I've been presenting many technical talks based on Django, but at certain points, I felt the need to share with the community how much benefit I gained from Django along my journey as a member of its community. My journey as a member of Python community reached a key point in the event immortalized in this photo. Here, I'm one of the participants of DjangoCon Europe 2019. And with me in this photo, there is for sure some of you, also the organizer of this conference we are in now. The awareness I've gained from then until today is that taking full advantage of open source software means getting involved in its community. I'll try to show various ways I've tried to do this in the hope that it will inspire or even interest you. But first, it's in my duty to introduce myself. I'm Paolo Melchiorre. I'm the CTO of 20Tab, a Pythonic software company based in Rome. I'm a software engineer and a long-time Python backend developer. After using Django for a few years, I became a contributor to the project. I've always loved attending conferences, and over the years, I've become a speaker. And this represents me today. But my journey of involvement in Django has been a long one. The first step in getting involved in a community is to choose the community itself. In my career as a developer, from high school to the university, I had used many programming languages. But when I was able to, I chose to use Python. By choosing Python, I considered that it had these characteristics: an open source license, a foundation behind it, not a single company, a community capable of giving a direction to development, a code of conduct, and above all, welcoming and positive people, such the creator of Python itself. Guido Barroso is the reference person of the community. Even if he's no longer the benevolent dictator of life, the Python community is positively affected by his open and welcoming nature. Another community that owes a lot to Guido is the Zope community. To whose development Guido contributed during the early years of Python. Actually, Zope was the first Python web framework I ever used. The first step towards engagement for me was to join the small Italian community of users of Plone, a Zope-based CMS. A local community is easy for new members to join, has no language barriers, share a common cultural background among its members, and it's easier to share experience and exchange mutual help. Today, the local community of Python and Django are many, like this one, and I invite you to join one of them in your local area. This is a photo of the member of the Italian Plone community in 2007. At the end of OpenL, my first local conference organized in my city, Pescara. In fact, you can see the beach in the background over here. At the time, I had a little experience as a developer, and I was afraid of not being able to contribute in a valid way. And so my involvement in this community was biased. But being part of the Plone community allowed me to learn Python and led me to participate in many Plone conferences. And also in EuroPython 2011, my first Python conference ever, which made me achieve many goals. I learned more about Python language itself. I became aware of Python 3 for the first time, meet other community related to Python, networking with many other members of the community, meeting the friendly companies of Django and Python, and above all, knowing the new emerging project. In fact, I saw my first Django talk there, which I had only heard about before. In this photo, there are the Plum developers during EuroPython 2011. Some of them I met over the year in conference, like this one. Others I followed them online, and others are now part of the Django community with me. I think that people, more than contents, are the greatest value of the conference like this. Shortly after that conference, I started using Django 1.3. Being a more experienced developer, I immediately dived deep in Django, having many benefits. These are the action I did, and I also recommend to you to use a modern version of Python, try the Django tutorial to learn the basics, study the official documentation to have an advanced knowledge, follow the official Django channel to stay updated, and attend specific Django events like this one to get to know other members of the community. This other photo is my first DjangoCon Europe, the 2017 one, held in Florence. I'm on the edge over there. In previous years, I continued to attending conference, but this one was my first DjangoCon, and allowed me truly feel part of the Django community. I met most engaged members of the community in person, and these things inspired me to really get involved. After 10 years of participation in the Python community. The first act of involvement in the community was a contribution to the Django code, my first one. In a project, I had to use a UID field on existing models. I tried to add a Postgres function in Django to quickly generate random UIDs. After verifying the validity of the solution, I studied the contribution guidelines to Django. I created an issue, my first one, on its tracker and opened a pull request with the solution already tested. The process took me some time, but by then I already learned a lot about Django and the best practice of writing better code. This is my first pull request. As you can see, the reviewers are all experienced Django contributors. There is also the former Django fellow, Tim Graham, who at the end merged it. Having the ability to get reviews of your code from such experienced people is a great way to become a better programmer. No matter how many experienced colleagues you have in your company, I don't think you will ever get a review of your Django code from such expert developers as the core contributors of Django. I was sure I could contribute to a sprint on Django, but after the DjangoCon Europe 2017, I had my own pull request to review, which was a great reason to participate. At the start of the sprint, I proposed to work on my pull request, and I asked for help on how to proceed because it was my first one. And when I felt ready, I asked for a review of my code, and after making the required change, I was able to complete the work and play the gong as the sprint tradition. My pull request was merged a few days later in Django 2.0. In this photo, I'm at the end of the sprint with Mark Tamil, the original creator of Django Postgres module, and Markus Holtermann, a Django core developer, who helped me in my work and review my pull request. Participating in a sprint on Django is a unique opportunity that I recommend you to try. It allows you to connect with many experienced developers, and in the end, you will be a better developer and more aware member of the community. Following Django more closely, I learned of a very interesting new feature, the full text search. After its release in Django 1.10, I studied it, and shortly after, I used it for the first time in a Django project. Working with this feature allowed to me to verify what I studied and become more experienced. Pushed by my company, 20Tab, I sent a talk proposal on full text search to my favorite conference, PyCon Italian, which was accepted in 2017 edition. The talk preparation work was very challenging because it was the first one, but I learned a lot more preparing the talk than I ever did working on the project. I successfully presented the talk in Italian, my mother tongue. In this photo, I just gave my first talk ever at PyCon Italia 2017 in a small room of other Italian Django developers, every member of local meetups. The experience were intense. I was really nervous, but I gained more confidence as a member of the community. I received excellent feedbacks. I learned the basics of public speaking. I increased my knowledge on the subject, and I also improved the original project for which all it started. If you have a similar goal, I recommend you to try giving a talk on your favorite subject. In previous conferences, I had met Django girls, which seemed to me a great way to increase diversity in the community. I found that the next workshop will be held in Rimini that day, a couple of hours away by train, by Pescara, and so I signed up as a mentor. I was welcomed in the team of other mentors, and I was put in contact with participants to help them to get ready for the workshop. Taking part in the event was very simple. A really positive experience that I recommend to everyone here. During the event, I also updated the Python and Django version of the tutorial to the new Python version. This is the photo of my Django girls group, the first one I have coached. All smart girls who have completed the whole workshop in the day. And the experience gave me a better confidence as a coach. I understood better the concept of Django that I had to explain, and meet other talented mentors for all over the world because it was international workshop. After my first talk in Florence in Italian, I decided to improve it, and despite my poor English skill, I also sent a proposal to EuroPython 2017, which that year was held in Italy. My proposal was refused, but I continued to work on that English presentation anyway for future conferences. But a few days before the conference, an organizer proposed me to replace another speaker at last minute, and I immediately accepted. Giving my talk in English was very challenging, more than presenting in Italian. It was my first time, but I had several benefits because the audience was bigger, the participants were international, I got better feedbacks, and my confidence as speaker increased. Also, my English skills increased. This is the photo of my talk in the EuroPython 2017. In front of me, there was a room full of people who did not speak my language. This experience forced me to go far outside my comfort zone. But my network of contact expanded a lot, and I even received an invitation to give my talk in Postgres conference the next month. At DjangoCon Europe 2017, we planned self-organized sprint. And so I proposed a sprint to work on the search of the official Django website. About 10 developers joined me in the sprint, and by the end of the day, almost everyone had managed to set up the Django website locally, without Docker at the time. We had reported some issue, and we had the proof of concept of the function. Organizing a small sprint was a more challenging experience than just participating, but it gave me the unique opportunity to coordinate the work between excellent developers from many parts of the world. I received specialized help in reaching my goal, learned new working approaches, and expanded the network of contacts, more than if I had been just a participant. This is a photo of my group working on Django during the EuroPython 2017 sprint. It was a pleasure coordinating such a good developer and to be able to achieve our results at the end of the day. The general atmosphere was unique, with many groups dedicated to different Python sprint and project. An intense experience, but one that I recommend for sure. Working on my talk on full text search, I had used a lot the search function on the Django website. I then came up with the idea to investigate how that function was implemented. And I discovered that the database used was Postgres, but the search function was delegated to an external search engine. So on the Django developer mailing list, I proposed a change to replace the external search engine with only Django and Postgres. The discussion involved many Django developers who talked about it for a few days. And for me, it was very useful to understand their needs and the needs of the community. After the proof of concept that came out of the sprints, I worked hard on opening a fully functional pull request. And after a careful review, Tim Graham, the Django fellow, merged it a few months later. This is the Django website search. I have added more feature to it after my first pull request, and more feature will be added in the next month, I hope. Working on such an important site allowed me to learn a lot about Django and improve my skill as a software architect. And I also recommend that you try to contribute to the Django websites. You will help the community and you will improve your skill. In addition to the official Django documentation, I learned a lot from reading other developers' articles. Many speakers also had their own blogs and all recommends it as a personal improvement. So after some research, I decided to create a static website. I used Pelican based on Python and Jinja. I started by tracking all my talks on the site. I had a small Django how-tos article, and then I wrote bigger article. Writing article allowed to me to improve my technical writing skill and also the knowledge of the subject I'm writing about. This is a page of my static site. I recently updated the template by creating my own theme from scratch in order to have an original one and be able to add all the features I needed, such as the automatic switch to dark version if the device that displays it is in that mode. Writing my own template made me improve my front-end skill, and since we usually do backend, it was very instructive. I think I'm the first user on my own site because I often find myself rereading my own articles because I don't remember everything I wrote. One way to take even more advantage of the content you create is to share it. Collecting the comments and feedbacks you receive allow you to validate them and increase your knowledge. I recommend that you add RSS feed to your site so you can get your post to appear on the Django site. Adding a comment form to the sites also allow you to receive a lot of useful feedback that you can handle. An easy way to get feedback is also to share it on your social network with your followers. If, on the other hand, you are willing to receive critical, but perhaps even more useful comments, you can share your contents on news aggregator, such Hacker News. This is just the beginning of comments page of my first big article shared on Hacker News. To my surprise, it lasted several hours in top trend, attracting a lot of attention. So I got a lot of comments, some positive and some other negative. If you think you can withstand with even criticism, I also recommend that you share your content as much as you can. In the end, you will have learned a lot and have improved what you have shared at the beginning. But it's not for everyone. Another effective way I used to improve my knowledge of Django was to answer as many questions as possible from other developers. For example, at some point, I decided to go deep into the Django ORM. I studied all the official documentation, and then I went to Stack Overflow to look for questions with interesting problems, at which point I tried to solve those problems myself. I sent the answer, receiving several comments and votes. And in some cases, I even had the opportunity to write an article about it. To answer a question about the query set update with annotation, I found myself faced with a new problem for me. I tried to solve it, and I sent my answer even though there were other older ones also marked as valid. In the end, I got a lot of positive votes and a lot of comments. I then decided to write an article on the solution that I often reread every month. Basically, I solved a practical problem before I found it in my daily project. The English language has been a great barrier between my involvement in the community in the early days. But by studying also attending conference, I was able to improve my English skill. In the group of Italian developers, there are often newcomers who have troubles reading the Django documentation. A few months ago, I and other members of the group decided to add the Italian language to the Django documentation. To do this, we had to sign up for Transifex, locate and translate the section of the documentation, and try to translate them. In case of dubs, we have relied on already translated strings and asked the others for a revision for the more difficult translation. Participating in this process was challenging, but at the same time very interesting and also fun, as you can see from the message of Claude Parot, the Django head of translations. However, by translating the documentation, I learned a lot about its structure. I discovered a totally new section, and I understood much better some terms that I always used only in English, because I was forced to translate in my own language, in Italian. There are tons of other ways you can use to improve as a developer, and following as just some of other techniques that I also use. The time is your only limit. Subscribe to a Django-related mailing list, check GitHub notification of Django and related project. Read the official forum, enter the Django Discord channel, join the local Django Telegram groups. So far, I've tried to list the way I personally use to get more involved with Django, and that I have served me as a personal improvement. But I recommend that you get inspired by other developers of the Python and Django community. To do so, I read their blogs, follow their social accounts, subscribe their video channel, listen their podcast episode, and read their books. It will be impossible to list them here. But at the end of the talk, you can find my social contacts where you can discover the people I follow and where I learn from every day. In case you found this interesting, I invite you to read and share this presentation too, because it's released with a Creative Commons license. Before saying goodbye, I would like to thank you all for taking part in my talk, the other speaker for their interesting talk. I also thanks the organizer who made this conference possible. In particular, I thank Emil and Benjamin for all the work they do for the Django community globally. Django Europe 2017 was one of the last in-person conference I attended before the pandemic. And this for me today is the first in-person conference I attended since the pandemic. So thanks for the hospitality. Grazie. I thank at the end 20Tab, the company that encouraged me and supported me in the journey. I have described it to you, and every day as a company contributes to Django and its community. You can find here all its contact. And finally, to find out more about my personal involvement with Django, use all my contacts here. With this QR code, you can download this presentation from my website. And thanks again for having me, and enjoy the next talk in the conference. Ciao a tutti.
Paolo, we do have time for a question.
Yeah.
You have time.
Before question, I want to try again the things I did in the first talk. So I give a selfie with you all. with you. Okay, so it's a new start. Thank you.
So it's time for our first round of questions.
Wow.
And it goes like this, I think. first you go, audience. If you have a question and you can raise your hand, say the question so that we can hear it, then we'll just repeat it back to the recording, and then you can answer the question.
Perfect.
Does anyone have a question, or maybe just a test question? Yes?
Yeah, I've got a test question. So I was actually looking on your blog, like where you wrote up like that Stack Overflow idea about updating with subqueries. And I was just wondering, like, why not add that to the official Django documentation? Like, if it's a useful, is it too niche, or what's
I'll try to repeat the question. So on Stack Overflow, you have answered something that was quite popular. You showed in the slide, and the question is then, why is that not added to the Django documentation?
Yeah, that one. So this is the answer on Stack Overflow. It's only matter of times because I answered the question, then I wrote the blog article, and then I start thinking I have to add this in the Django documentation. But before I want to finishing improving the search on the Django documentation, I have to finish these other pull requests. So it's on the list. The thing I have to do, but this is the plan.
Thank you.
And contributing to the Django documentation is also a really good way to get started with contributing.
Yeah, I think my first contribution at all was a small typo on the Django documentation in Django 1.4, I think, back in the day, only because it was very easy to send. It's not required to open an issue in the tracker. So it's a way to try to contribute a little and to see your results immediately on the Django documentation. But also now I saw a lot of people contributing with rewriting. They know better English than me. They can rearrange and use more clear English. So if you know English good, or you want to improve the translation of your language, the documentation is a good starting point, I think.
It really is. Any other questions? I do have one.
Okay.
It will come in the form of a request, but you seem to be following a lot of different resources on Django, like podcasts and news and so on. Have you written them down somewhere that we can see?
Yeah, I never do that. No, I never did that. Sorry, but I show you before my connection. And in my, for example, if you want to know the people I follow on Twitter, you can follow me and find yourself. On my blog, I wrote an article about Django chats from Carlton and Vincent. I also tweet about the thing I find when I find it, but I never organize this on an article, a complete article. But maybe it's a good idea. It's a new article. Thanks.
Would love to read it. Another question. You have reached out, or you have been part of Django Girls, for instance. What can we say, like onboarding new members into the community? And how do we find those new members? Is there people who might not even know about Django? Should we advertise Django a bit more? Where should we go some places with the project to tell people about it for the first time?
Yeah, I learned myself Django Girls in DjangoCon Europe, I think, in 2017, and was very interesting for me. Also because there was girl from other areas not involved in Python or in programming at all. And I think it's a very good way to attract new members, increase the diversity. It's a real great experience in person. I think online is a bit different, and I coach girls 2 times in Rome and in EuroPython. But this year we are starting again. For example, I'm helping organizing PyCon Italia 2022 in June, Florence, and at the end of the conference there will be again the first one in Italy, Django Girls workshop, and we are trying to interest in the people from school, teenagers, also people, to increase diversity. And I think joining as a coach is a very simple things to do. You are requested only to sit there and to speak with girls. It's not complicated to guiding people that don't know anything about programming in this workshop. It's a perfect workshop, and the guide is very clear, so you don't have to do anything particular. But it's very effective. In the first one, I met this girl that was there for the first time, and then they are on the organization of the PyCon Italia because she's get involved, and so it's a good opportunity for everyone, for the coach and for the girl.
Any more questions? Yes.
Yeah, thanks so much for the talk, Kolo. Very interesting. You said about how conferences, you found that it's first and foremost about the people, and the talks come secondary. And I completely agree. Like that's been exactly the same in my experience. What I found though is it seems like often the way things are set up and the way kind of everyone enters the conference is that the talks are kind of the primary thing, and then the people focus bits kind of come secondary at the beginning. So I'm curious if you found useful techniques for putting the people sort of first again in your attendance at conferences. Like, are there things you do to make sure you get the most people interactions out of an event?
That was a really good question. I'll try to not elaborate it, but to show that. So while conference talks often are the magnet that draws people in, is there another method that can put people first in the conferences and attract them that way?
Yeah, I think it's difficult to present a conference speaking all the attendance or the speakers. So talk is a way to interesting people and a way also to share knowledge and your preferred subject. But in the early years, I usually went alone in the conference, and I need a way to start interacting with people. And I found that everyone was starting using social media. I used a lot of Twitter, and I found that starting interacting days or months before with people that are going to participate, it was a good way to meet them at the end and say, okay, I already know you because I'm tweeting with you since. And we did in this real conference yesterday with other speaker. We wrote each other. We shared our journey to come here from different country. And at the end, when we meet, we already was in connection. We had spent the night together. We had dinner, and now at the same, I recognize some other people here in this room for the past events or Twitter. And so this is a way to start a connection before we have this good opportunity to do it with social network or mailing list or Zurich or other things. So I think this is a way to start a connection with people. And then maybe also talk about the technical talks if you want, or if you're more comfortable speaking of technical things. Only this.
Any last questions? Yes, Tom.
It's more of a follow-up. I think there's a network technician conference coming up, and they simply made the breaks longer and the talks shorter because people are craving interaction much more than talks right now after 2 years of not having any interaction. So they basically just cut 15 minutes of all the talks and made the breaks longer. So that's just an idea.
Yeah,
we tried to simply more breaks, less talks for people to be able to interact during the events.
Actually, we did this idea in PyCon Italia. We are going to cut all the 45 minutes talk to 30 minutes to have more space between them, exactly because this.
Yes, it's hard for me not to comment. But of course, it's a compromise of sorts. And if that's the last question, then we will also have time for a coffee refill of 5 minutes. And starting again at 10:30, I'll ring the bell. Just 1 minute to find your seats after that. And then give Paulo a big hand. just a quick announcement before the next talk. In lack of a really clear photo policy, we would ask anyone who doesn't want to be in a photo to put any type of sticker on their name badge that makes it visible, but also tap the photographer. We have a photographer up there. Mark, he's also showing just how you can mount the sticker so it's visible. But we'll try to take some pictures during the day.
And we got white lanyards.
You have white up. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll get you some white lanyards. You go and talk to Mark, and you can get them swapped out, so it's easier for Mark to pick you out on the photo. Yeah, cool.
Yes. But you are ready, Michael. So
I think so. Have we tested this? Is this okay?
You can be heard in the room. You
Perfect.
are heard everywhere.
it sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we welcome Michael or Mike.
Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To give a talk about 12-factor, and you're from DVO, I
Yes.
understand,
Yeah.
and you've also made a big trip here. So I think that
Oh.
also calls for a warm applause.
Thank you. I don't think I've come quite as far as Paolo or a couple of others here, but yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name's Mike Nicholson. I work for Divio as a cloud solutions engineer. I'm British from the beginning, but I live in Stockholm, Sweden. So I've traveled from Stockholm for today. So today I'm going to talk about how 12-factor app principles helped Divio migrate over 10,000 Postgres instances without too many problems. That being the important part. No, that's not working now.
Isn't that?
No.
Can you
There we go. Okay, so just briefly, I will talk about why we wanted to do this in the first place, who Divio is and why it was actually relevant for us. What is a 12-factor app? What are the 12-factor app principles? And then the bulk of the talk will be talking about how the 12-factor actually helps with upgrading the database version and why it made it easy for us. So the why is quite easy. The final release of PostgreSQL 9.6 was scheduled back in August 2021 for the coming November. And in October 2021, AWS followed up on that and announced the end of support for Postgres 9.6 sometime early 2022. The date they announced has changed a couple of times. I think now it's actually dead. So who's Divio and why did we actually care about this? Why was it a big deal for us? Well, our tagline is multiple cloud management without the headaches. What that means in practice is we put a pause in front of your applications to make it easy for you to deploy in the cloud without caring about what's actually happening in the cloud. So in the instance of a database, you would add a database service to your application, to your project. We'd take care of all the setup on AWS or wherever, whichever cloud you wanted to deploy it on. You wouldn't need to care about the implementation details. You just say, I want a Postgres database. So we have, obviously, most of our customers have a database, a fairly common requirement. We do support multiple different databases, but Postgres is the most common one. We did MySQL. I think we've got a couple of Mongo ones somewhere and a few others. So almost all our customers, vast majority of the customers use Postgres, I think. Not all of them on 9.6, some of them are on later versions, but 9.6 until relatively recently was our default. So if you ask for a Postgres database, you would get a 9.6. So that meant we had quite a lot of database implementations currently running on Postgres 9.6. And since AWS is also our default target, if you don't want Azure or Google or something, it did mean that most of those were also on AWS. So we'll talk a little bit about 12-factor app. 12-factor app is a methodology particularly suitable for building software as a service applications. As the name suggests, it consists of 12 principles. And following these principles can help you build for portability, scalability, and continuous deployment pipelines. As I say, it's especially suitable for deploying applications in the cloud. Now, I'm not going to talk in depth about everything on the 12-factor today. Some things were more relevant for this particular use case than others. And also, this is only a 20-minute talk, so perhaps don't have time to cover everything. So I'm going to focus on the 6 primary ones that I think were of most interest just for this particular case. I think probably all of them came into play in some way or another, and a lot of them are dependent on other ones. But it's these ones in bold that will get a particular mention. If you're not familiar with the 12-factor app principles, there's the 12factor.net website. I do highly recommend people go and investigate it. It's well worth reading up on. So how do we use 12-factor? Well, 2 ways. We apply 12-factor principles to all our own code. So everything that we build, everything that we write, everything that we deploy follows all the 12-factor principles. That includes the control panel that we provide to our customers for them to set up their own applications for deployment in the cloud. But possibly more importantly, especially for this case, is that we enforce it on our users, which means they have to follow the 12-factor principles in order to deploy an application on Divio. That's actually easier than it might sound, and largely it means that you containerize your application and you ensure that you don't store any configuration or data in the container itself. If you're doing that, you're 95% of the way there to having followed the requirements that we need. So, the next slide is going to mention runbooks. So, it's a weird echo. So, just talk very quickly about what a runbook is. Basically, it's a procedure for executing a set of specific test steps that will automate a commonly run task or procedure in order to produce a specific outcome. Obviously, for this use case, that commonly run task procedure is upgrade a Postgres database from 9.6 to 13. The runbook wasn't new for this use case. We use runbooks for other things. I think one of the very common examples that we've implemented previously is Cloud Shift. So if a customer has their application in, for example, AWS US East 1, and they want to move it to Frankfurt, we have a runbook that will essentially pick everything up and drop it down in Frankfurt again, redeploy it there. So we have a number of runbooks that we define for different things. So here we wrote a new one specifically for upgrading Postgres. So the first 12-factor principle I'd like to talk about before I actually get to, it wasn't the next slide that mentioned runbooks, the one after this. First 12-factor principle I'd like to mention is admin processes. And 12-factor says about this, you run admin and management tasks as one-off processes. And if you dig a little deeper into this, what it actually means is that any maintenance task, any admin task, pretty much any task at all that you're running for your application, be it the main application itself or anything around the outside, is going to run in an identical environment to your actual long-running processes, your task itself, or perhaps background workers, that sort of thing. So maintenance tasks, short-lived tasks, they are first-class citizens just as much as the application itself is under the 12-factor principles. Yeah. So our upgrade runbook, you can't really, that's the whole runbook up this side here. You can't really see that, but that's just to indicate sort of the size of the thing and where we're at on it. But you can see it's not particularly long. not lots of steps in there. Implementation details are kind of abstracted away. We have some fairly human readable method names here to make it easier to show, but that does mean that I can sort of throw the runbook up here and it should make it relatively simple for people to see what's actually going on. So the first thing we did was our runbooks consist of a couple of things here: preconditions and operations. So preconditions in this case was we're only interested in customers in applications and environments that actually have a Postgres 9.6 database. Customers running on MySQL, not interesting. Customers running on Postgres 11, not interesting, not for this particular process. So the next 12-factor principle I talk about is configuration. And the important thing to think of here is that configuration is stored in the environment, not in the application. So admin processes, we've already talked about them. They're first-class citizens. They're built and deployed in exactly the same way as the application itself here. So, and a build under 12-factor principles is purely coming from the code base. There's no configuration involved in the build at all. We take the build, we take the code base and we turn that into a build. It doesn't know anything about what it's connecting to at that point. It doesn't know anything about the environment that it's going to be running in at that point. It's purely a build from the code base. The configuration is external to all of this and is injected into the application at runtime. So a build plus a configuration together will then give you a release. And this is quite important because it lets you then say the same build can be used for with different configurations to produce different releases here. It also let us use the same configuration for production or test when we were actually building these things, when we're actually building the runbook and testing it out. So it was just a question of testing the configuration rather than changing the build. So there's another 12-factor app principle that I won't go into huge detail on, but number 5 there, build, release, run, ties quite heavily into this, which is, yeah, you build from your code base, you release combines 2 steps, and then you can sort of run the final results of that. So, yeah. So principle number 8 is concurrency. And this is particularly important for scalability because all processes are of equal importance. Everything's basically running the same sort of thing, but it's the configuration that's determining what's happening in there. This makes it very easy to scale. And you scale out based on the type of process that you're talking about. So if you get a lot of heavy load on your application, you can add another web process. If you're running a shop application, it's Black Friday, you can double your number of web processes. If you've got a heavy worker load going, there's a lot of background tasks running, you can just add more worker processes. It's easy. I've put maintenance on here. Our maintenance is actually running as worker processes. So all our, actually I don't think I mentioned that, all our code is actually developed using Django, and we use RabbitMQ and Celery for background tasks. So I should have mentioned that earlier on. So yes, our maintenance tasks actually run as workers, but I wanted an extra example on the end there just to make it obvious. But what this does is makes it very easy to scale things. So when we were trying to upgrade a lot of databases during the same period here, we could just simply throw more worker processes at it. So onto the actual operations for the runbook. First thing we have to do is collect the service instances that we want to upgrade. So the service identifier here is referencing backing services, and that's another 12-factor principle that we will get to in a moment. Let's see. Which is here. So 12-factor says about backing services is that we treat these as attached resources. So backing services, it can be a database, Redis cluster, object storage, anything else basically that you need to connect to your main application. Doesn't matter if that's a local service or a third-party service. This is treated as an entirely separate resource that is later on connected to your application via configuration. I'm making changes to the backing services. Largely it's about changing configuration settings, injecting them into your application. So these sort of changes will take effect when you then deploy your main application and it receives information about the new configuration. And this is rather critical for what we're about to do now with the databases. So first thing we want to do, we've got a 9.6 database. We want a Postgres 13 database. So the first thing we do is actually just provision a Postgres 13 database using the same configuration that we had for the 9.61. And that's it. That's at this point, when this is run, our project, the project that it's running on at the time, will now have two databases, 9.6 and a 13. Projects at this point, the application's still running against 9.6 database. It doesn't even know that the 13 exists at this point. It's just been 13 is there. It's on AWS. You could SSH into it if you wanted and start mucking around with it. But the application knows nothing about it yet because it hasn't been told about this configuration. The next few steps we run, at least during the automated, when we're doing it in the automated side, we do it in maintenance mode. And that's largely because we're going to be copying data around and we cannot guarantee when customer applications are going to be changing or adding or removing data. We did provide all the steps that we're talking about here. There are ways for the customers to do themselves. So we did provide instructions to say, if you want to do this with zero downtime, these are the steps to reproduce it. You just need to be sure that for these few steps here, that you're not changing your database. Otherwise, there's a risk that you'll lose a number of transactions during that period. Just the bit where the data is being copied around. So it was perfectly possible to do this with a zero downtime, but we couldn't make that assumption on behalf of anybody when we're doing it in an automated way. So. Okay, so 12-factor principle number 6 talks about processes. Execute the application as one or more stateless processes. So because the build comes from only code, doesn't know anything about the configuration at that point, and because the configuration is then injected into the app at runtime, it means the application itself is stateless. You can't guarantee that anything that you did earlier is still going to be around. You could cache, for example, if you needed to read in a largish file in some kind of process, you could cache that, do your read in, that would all be fine, but you could not guarantee that cache would still be there later. So, and what this means is, in practice, is that it's very easy to do a graceful shutdown and a relatively quick startup. Which is also quite important for what we need to do in a bit. So the next stage in the run book was to actually back up the data from the old services, the 9.6 ones, restore that same backup to the new services, and then to enable the new services. At this point, there's still two databases. They've both got the same data in them, but we haven't deployed the application at this point. So it's still running on the 9.6 database. It still doesn't know about the 13 database at this point. Again, you could SSH into 13 and run SQL and do whatever you wanted. It's there, it's provisioned, it's working, it's got the data in. It's just that the application does not yet know about it. So the next step is to deploy the new service instance. And we do that by essentially deploying the application and telling it about the new configuration. We don't deploy, obviously, if it wasn't already deployed. So we do a quick check for that. We're not going to force deploy someone's application if they've taken it off themselves for whatever reasons they might have had. If that's the case, then those settings would take effect the next time they deployed it themselves. So, but otherwise, yes, we simply trigger the deploy process, which is combining a build with the new configuration. And that will then cause the application to know about the Postgres 13 database. The adopt equals true there is telling it that actually you can adopt the old build because we haven't changed anything about the build. There's no point in us trying to build a new container here because we haven't changed any customer code. All we've changed is the config. So we'll just reuse the old build. It saves time. 12-factor number 9, so it talks about disposability and says maximize robustness with fast startup and graceful shutdown. And this is largely possible because, as we talked about a couple of slides back, the processes themselves, they are disposable because they are stateless. There are some things you need to think about when you're coding for this. This is that you should minimize startup time as much as possible yourself, whatever processes you need to run in the application. You should strive to minimize the runtime of any requests or anything coming into the application. So if you've got anything that runs for a long time, hand it off to a background process, provide a callback to let you grab a status for it whenever you need it, and just sort of let that run. Processes themselves should be either idempotent or roll back on termination to avoid any issues with that sort of thing. So, but this largely mirrors the process that we've done here. We changed our configuration because we set up the new database. We've changed the configuration to say we want to point it to the new database. We've stopped our application. We've redeployed it, combined the build with the configuration, and restarted it up there to pick the new configuration up. And finally, one last step. At this point, obviously, we're running on the Postgres 13. We do still have the 9.6 floating around, so we want to get rid of them. It's not particularly important for the customer. If we hadn't got rid of them, AWS would have come along a couple of months later probably and tried to force upgrade them to 13. Something we particularly wanted. And also 10,000 database instances on AWS isn't cheap. So they're not renowned for being cheap. Yes, quite. So, yes, we did not want 10,000 database instances that weren't really in use. So, quick summary. Maintenance tasks are first-class citizens, just as important as the application itself or any other long-running tasks that you may have as part of that. Configuration is stored in the environment, so environment variables, secrets manager, whatever, not in the application itself. Backing services, in this case, the Postgres database, are attached resources. And the application is executed as one or more stateless processes. All of these help with fast startup and graceful shutdown, though there is some things that you need to think about when you're building things on the fast startup side. And if you do everything right, then this becomes then highly scalable and just lets you start and stop new processes as and when you need to do so. So I think that's it for me today. Thanks everyone for listening. Thank you to Benjamin and Emil for arranging this and letting me come and bore you all today and flick my talk upon you. Divio is at Divio. I'm at Mitch J. Nitch. And any questions?
And like before, we'll start with questions from the audience. And there is a question there.
Runbook, is that something internal that you do?
A runbook's more of a concept that we've used. Yes, we've built our own implementation for runbooks here. But as you saw, it's basically a script. Yeah.
And I like the declarative syntax in a sense.
Yeah.
So it's similar to Ansible, but
Yeah, essentially, there's a lot of concepts that have been lifted out of Ansible there to run this. It's the same sort of thing. We've abstracted away all of this deprovisioning old stuff. That's
tagging and so on.
Yeah.
The nice thing is you can also have custom code running inside that, because in Ansible it's YAML basically.
Yeah. Now, our runbooks everything's Python on our side, so yeah, our runbooks run as Python.
Is it
there.
open source?
That isn't, no. Sorry. I can talk to our CTO and see what he says. Yeah.
Okay, great. So the question was if the runbook that Mike has shown was internal or based on Django. Okay, we'll take the next question down there. Yeah.
I'm wondering about, we're talking about statelessness and multiple processing and stuff like that. And it's a lot of things going on actually. It's the same thing, but in a huge scale, as you can say.
Yes.
How do you do surveillance and monitoring for these kind of things? Some kind of third-party product, or you created your own stuff to get some kind of dashboard or cockpit for it? If anything goes wrong, just a little thing goes wrong, you can miss it.
We do integrate. We do integrate with a number of. Sorry, you want to repeat the question?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
The question is, quite frankly, how do you do monitoring of all these processes that you're running?
We do use a number of third-party tools for the error tracking stuff. Things, for example, we have Sentry. We do have some internal metrics that we use as well. That's our own solution that's plugging into this stuff. But we have Sentry. We Datadog. We use with a few other things that we plug into here. So there's a reasonable amount of monitoring going on. I mean, we run. Talking about the fact we're upgrading 10,000 databases here. I mean, they're all customer databases. So we've got a lot of ongoing monitoring for all of these customer sites anyway. So we didn't have to do anything extra for this. We already had all this monitoring set up.
Yes, in the middle.
You mentioned in the prelim to the talk that doing it this way fixed most of the difficulties with upgrading Postgres so far. Would you be prepared to speak to, in a high level, some of those remaining difficulties and whether they were intrinsic to that upgrade or the scale you were doing it at, or any of that kind of thing?
Are there any intrinsic issues remaining after the 12 factor?
From a technical perspective, not really, to be honest. This let us take care of everything pretty smoothly. I think we did have a bug in the runbook earlier on when we ran a couple of smaller batches, and that was fixed very quickly, and we sorted that out. I think any sharp edges on this one were more to do with customers and what they wanted and what they didn't want to do and what they were complaining about. Yes, we had a few of those cases, but yeah, we got it handled. And because we provided all the steps that we put here, you could do them manually yourself as well via our control panel. So you could go and do the backups and the restore and put it all down without actually taking the application online. That was usually enough to solve the problem for the for any customers that had any issues with it. So, yeah.
The internet is trying to catch up on the question asking. Unfortunately, the question has already been asked. But
okay.
just a reminder that everyone's very interested in the source code of this.
Oh, the runbooks. Okay. Yes, I'll have to talk to our CTO when I get back. Yeah.
Any more questions? Yeah.
I'm struggling with disposability with the code base I'm managing at work. So, and I can manipulate that code because that's my job.
Yeah.
But you are running code on behalf of your clients.
Yes.
How do you make sure that you know, we shouldn't run long-running streaming responses and long-running jobs, but how do you ensure that your clients' code bases don't do this? When do you terminate? How do you dispose of service that you are not totally in control of?
Yeah. Long-running services, how do you dispose of something that you don't have control of?
Yeah, specifically customer. Yeah, I mean, in general, we don't, as a general rule. If a customer's got some kind of long-running process, it's not ideal, but we're not going to just go along and shut it down for whenever. Yeah, it is. A lot of it is up to them. They need to build for this sort of stuff in the first place. As I said, we do enforce these principles on our customers as well. And in order to deploy, the application has to be containerized and they have to follow a certain number of guidelines. I don't say that all our customers are following them fully when it comes to maybe, especially I think what you're talking about with long-running requests, maybe. I'm almost certain there's people that are running some longer runs without providing callbacks. And we see stuff like that pop up occasionally on support questions and things. And usually the advice is, well, we suggest you refactor in this way, essentially. So, I think that is usually, we'll give the customer some guidance when we see that this stuff, when this stuff happens, basically. Because you're right, not everybody builds for idempotency or rollbacks or that sort of thing. So, yeah. The human factor, I think, is the answer. Yeah.
The 13th factor.
Yes.
Any other questions? I have a question, and we do have time for more questions, so don't hesitate. But in order to get 12 factors introduced in your project or at your workplace, do you meet any obstacles, any friction? When is it too late to go for 12 factor? Can you always introduce them one factor at a time?
The first half of that question, I can't answer for you, I'm afraid, because they did that before I started there. So I'm not sure what they meant. And to be honest, I think it's always been there for them. I think they've built this has been inbuilt from the start. So I don't think they've seen a lot of friction with that sort of thing. So, sorry, now I've forgotten the second part of the question. What was that?
Yeah, is it ever too late, or how would you introduce it when you haven't really followed it?
I don't think it's ever too late, and I think a lot of people are probably introducing a number of these factors anyway, simply by moving towards Docker and containerizing everything, because when you're doing that does kind of put some restrictions on you as well, I think, and you end up doing some of this anyway, even if you don't realize you're doing it. There are some rough edges sometimes. For example, Django migrations, you can't build them into your build process, because when you build the code base into a build, doesn't have the configuration, so it's not connected to a database. So your migrations would run, but they're not going to run against anything. So we have this concept of sort of release commands, which is the final thing that runs once everything's been put together along the 12 factor principles. It will do those remaining couple of things, like the migrations, once we've finally injected the configuration and sort of wired the two things together and said, now the app's connected to this database. So, I'm not really sure if that answered the question, to be honest, but I'm not sure yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point that
Yeah.
we may have already introduced 12 factors without knowing it, so that takes a part of the heat off from.
I think probably
new
people
concept.
have recently sort of tried to containerize things and Dockerize stuff have probably done some of this without considering that was what they were actually doing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Let's see. Any more questions from the crowd here? I don't find any questions from the internet. Is that correct? There isn't. All right. But let's give a big hand to Mike.
Thank you.
So we're a little bit ahead of the schedule, so to not give Will a sudden time shock, we'll take a little break. I would also like to just thank Ticket Butler for providing our infrastructure to be able to collect revenue and have a ticketing system that works really well. So thanks Ticket Butler, Emil and Mads, who are also, by the way, doing the recording for everyone. They know some tricks. Yeah, so the next talk is at 11:20. So as usual, we'll ring the bell to get you back. There's still possibility of helping to clean the table from breakfast by actually eating the breakfast. So go grab a croissant or a bun. They're still there. We on? Do you need to unmute us in the room? Am I unmuted? Am I on the speakers? Yeah. All right. So on stage we have Wilhelm or Will, and you have also made a trip, quite a trip here to Copenhagen, and it's your first time, I understand.
Yeah, second time in Copenhagen.
Second time.
But yeah, I'm always impressed by how friendly everyone is, and all the bikes. Love the bikes.
Thank you. We're swimming in them.
Yeah, do bikes get stolen in Copenhagen? It seems like there's so many. Like,
yes, and you're going to tell us about Kolo, and that's probably something that's new to a lot of people in the room. Without working directly with Kolo, has anyone heard of Kolo before? Aha.
Oh, there's a few folks. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. And really excited to have you contributing this. So a big hand for Will.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ben. Yeah, really excited to be here and talk to you all. Like we were talking about earlier, excited to be back in person at these events and get some interactions and meet space. So yeah, I'm really been looking forward to this. So I want to talk a little bit about Kolo, which is something we've been building, but I'm actually quite curious to explain a little bit where we're coming from with this. What's the problem we're actually trying to solve, and why is it useful to understand everything that your Django app is doing at runtime? So a little bit about me. I've had most of my experience working with Django with SimplePaul. I've been using Django for about 8 years now. So that's about version 1.7 is the first Django version I use. So I kind of grew up with migrations already in Django and have learned to appreciate that. And it's been mostly for building SimplePaul. So SimplePaul is an app in Slack. If you've used Slack, it's very possible you've come across SimplePaul. It's one of the most popular apps in Slack. Millions of users using it. And that's the most sort of the context I've been using Django in. And then I did spend a few years working at GitHub, which has a huge Rails app. So I have a couple of strong opinions about things where Rails is just much, much worse than Django, but also a couple of places where I think Rails is really good, actually, and Django can learn some things from that. So if that's something that interests you, hit me up. I'd love to talk about that more. So where does that lead us? So I wanted to kind of start a little bit with this picture, because often when I'm writing code, I feel like I'm in this picture. I feel like I'm that guy. I'm kind of like rubbing my hands together, trying to make fire happen. Feels a little bit like it can be so slow to create new software. It feels like we're still in the Stone Age, and there's so much more we can do. But it just feels slow often, and yeah, clearly we've evolved to make fire happen much more quickly. I think we can do a lot to also, make software creation happen a lot more quickly. It's very interesting to me. And one of the times I felt most when, like I was in this situation, is when I was adding a new feature in GitHub. So this was at the time when I was working in the GitHub Rails code base, and it was my task to add a feature to show these CI failures on the files changed tab in the pull request on GitHub. And it's quite interesting because I always think of one of the main features that GitHub provides is this collaboration on the code that changed, the collaboration on the pull request, and diffs, essentially. But as you can imagine, this code is actually, there's a lot going on. It's been around for like over a decade. Hundreds of engineers have touched GitHub's sort of internal representation of diffs. So I have a diff here. So this is just git diff, right? GitHub isn't involved here, but every single like character that you can see here, like these pluses, these @ symbols, this is all modeled like extensively inside this massive Rails code base. There might be like 20 different methods that just talk about like this number, right? So like that's kind of the complexity. So there's hundreds and hundreds of functions, lots of indirection. And now it's my job to add this new feature into this like huge amount of complexity. And you read this code and there's all these anti-patterns. You're like, why are we doing it this way? And then it's just a comment that says, well, like we tried all the different approaches and this is the fastest. Like that's why it works this way. And you're just like, damn, like all my mental models are falling apart. Like how do I do anything here? all these edge cases that get handled for problems you didn't even know existed. So it's a huge amount of complexity. So that's kind of what led to Kolo. But before we go deeper into that, that was essentially the problem I had. But here's the structure of this talk. So first of all, talking a little bit more about the problems with reading and understanding code, inspecting runtime data as maybe a solution to some of those problems, and speeding up how quickly we can read and understand code. Then, most excited for this one, I'm going to give you a demo of Kolo, the tool we've been working on, and just give you an understanding of what it can do today. And then also, I'd love to end on this note, depending on how much time we'll have, this glorious future where we can collect, inspect, visualize what our code is actually doing, and how that can be a really useful tool for us. And I'd love to continue the discussion with you also after the talk. I'm sure many of you will have some thoughts. So let's get started with the problems with reading and understanding code. So the thing that's kind of really interesting here is that I think from an outsider looking at our profession of software development, the output that we create is new code written, right? That's kind of the work product of what we do. You might see someone write 100 lines of code in a day, and that's their productivity for the day. But in creating code, there's this interesting dynamic where actually we read a lot more code than we write. So there's this ratio that for every single line of code that you write, first you have to read and understand 10 different lines of code, which I think is kind of interesting because we have all of this extensive tooling to help us write code. But it feels like there's not quite as much, or maybe the tools aren't quite as good for really reading and understanding existing code. Like, yeah, it feels like the dynamic is a little bit off there. And I think at this point you might say, well, but I feel like at some point, I know my code base, I've read and understood the code. So I want to make the case a little bit that it's actually quite a common thing that you have to understand new code that you haven't come across before. So the first one here, onboarding onto new or unfamiliar code, I think is quite a common scenario, not just when you join a team or join a new company and you kind of have to ramp up on that, but I think as soon as you work in a team context where there's other developers working with you, you might be on vacation for 2 weeks, and while you were away, your colleagues were busy shipping, merging, reviewing code, and now that code is kind of new to you. Even if you have reviewed code and kind of were very sort of intimate in the process of getting that into the code base, it might still be not at the level of understanding for you like it is for the author. So I think, yeah, it's just I think as soon as you work in a team, you're essentially constantly onboarding onto new or unfamiliar code. There's a couple other ones. Yeah, like I was saying, this was my case, understanding where can I where can I insert a new feature that I had to onboard onto a lot of new and unfamiliar code there. I think there's also this interesting thing where something happens during a request that our Django app is processing. And maybe we can see some SQL query logging on the database side, and we know that this really big, expensive query is getting made. Or we use something like Django debug toolbar, and we know this big, expensive query is getting made, but we just don't know where. So we have to ask this question, like, what's happening? Like, where is this happening? And then I think this last one can be pretty painful as well. This might either be, if your application is deployed in production, or even if you're just playing around locally. Sometimes our code the code execution can reach a point where it should never be able to go there. Like maybe you even look at the code and it says like, this should not be possible, or like if we got here, something went terribly wrong. But the problem is you did get there, and now you're asking yourself like, what the fuck's happening? So this is exactly what was happening to me. I think even day to day now, like working on the simple pull code base, it's interesting because I wrote a lot of that code, but since there is a lot of it, there might be a feature I haven't touched in like years or at least months, and I'm coming back to it, and I think, wow, what's going on here? Like it kind of has to. It's almost like there's this RAM that exists in my brain, and I first need to like spend 4 or 5 hours like getting all of this logic and these models and how it all works together like into my RAM, and then I can kind of work with it. But fortunately, after 5 hours, the workday's over and you start again the next day. Or worse, you get interrupted and and then you have to kind of keep starting, and it can be very frustrating. So I think this is interesting. I mean, I feel like this will be a familiar problem to you, that you just need these long blocks of focus time. I think it's a really interesting question to ask, like, what if you only needed like 30 minutes or an hour to ramp up on code, and then you could be really productive? I think, as an industry, I think we could become a lot more productive. It could be a lot more fun, I think, as well. And I think what's interesting is that a big part of like this idea of the RAM and how you have to initialize your own RAM on unfamiliar code is that we really rely on imagination quite a bit. So we ourselves imagine how code executes, and that's kind of how we build our mental models. So we're kind of pretending to be a computer a little bit. And again, if we kind of look at our editor, we have all this colorful text and beautiful syntax highlighting and jump to definition, but we're still manually executing what the code does, or what we think the code does, which the computer can help us with that. Now, you might say tests. We have tests, and I think yes, tests are great. Tests can be super useful, but I think unfortunately, imagine it again. If you're like coming onto an unfamiliar code base as a new developer, you kind of need to know about the tests in order for them to help you. Like, yes, the tests might help you verify that something works a certain way, but if you don't know which tests relate to the code you're looking at, you're kind of back to the starting point. Like, what's happening? What test is what test could possibly help me with this? And well, then you might say debuggers. We have debuggers, and debuggers are great. I love putting print statements everywhere. I love breakpoints. I love everything built in. I think the unfortunate thing, or the problem I have with debuggers, is that I feel like it's really easy to get to a place where I don't really want to be, especially when I use these bottoms to like a built-in IDE debugger or breakpoint. I just hit the wrong character. I hit like S or something, or maybe it was intentional and I try to step into a function, but then I've hit enter a few more times and suddenly I'm deep in some library code that I don't recognize. And I'm like, how do I go back? Where's the undo button? And then I just hit Control-C and exit and start over, and it feels like not the greatest experience. So yeah, it's a bit too easy to get to where place I don't want to be, and it can be frustrating. So yeah, I think there's a couple of problems with debuggers, and we can talk about all of them. I think the biggest problem is with debuggers is they just ask quite a lot of you. And I think the biggest thing that they ask of you is where to start. Like, where do I put my print statement? Where do I put my breakpoint? Like, that's the point. Like, you don't know where. Like, why are you asking this of me, debugger? Like, why are you not helpful here? So I think often what I do, what a lot of people do, is you set the breakpoint somewhere. You try, it doesn't work, you repeat. Maybe you even set 10 breakpoints, 20 breakpoints, and you hope one of them gets hit. But it feels a little bit like we're kind of flying blind. So I think that's the biggest problem with debuggers. I think they're super useful, like if you already have a pretty clear idea of what you're looking at. If you don't have that very clear idea, I think it's less helpful. And then I think the other problem that's quite substantial is that you get this kind of local point-in-time overview. And I think this is pretty helpful, pausing your program and poking around like what's happening at this point in time. But it's not too helpful if you want to build up a more kind of a global, high-level overview of what your code is doing. If you want to do that, debuggers can give you the sort of pieces, the dots, but then you have to connect the dots. Debugger doesn't really help much with that. And so what are the tools that we have for dealing with this problem today of getting a high-level overview, onboarding onto unfamiliar code? I think these are the tools. I think first and foremost we have a team. We work in teams. Often, sometimes we don't. But colleagues, they can pair with us. They can give us context. Maybe they even wrote some documentation, and that can help us kind of get familiar. And I think that's great. This middle one might be a bit unusual, but when I had this problem of working with diffs at GitHub, I came very close to just printing off all the code and putting it all over my walls and just annotating, okay, this function goes here and then this goes there and then this loop gets called 100 times. I think it can actually be quite useful just so that you can scribble all over the code. But yeah, it feels like it shouldn't be the best tool. And then I kind of already mentioned this. We have our brain, right? Our brain is pretty powerful. So I want to talk a little bit more about that for a second here. So I think this is interesting because our brain does this stuff, right? So our brain, we kind of see what's happening. We see the dots. We look at the breakpoints. We inspect the data. We process all this information. in our brain, we kind of simulate what's going on. We try out these different conditions and branches, and then we filter out what's most interesting. We have like this mental model, and then maybe we draw some conclusion. Does this feel like very similar to what a computer is good at? Like processing lots of information, simulating lots of different branches, filtering. Feel like, you know, computers are good at a lot of these things. Like why don't we let them help us a bit more? I think it's worth pointing out though that, you know, using our brain, using Teams, using a printer, if you feel it's helpful, it does work. But I think the problem is it's slow. So our brains are powerful, but it just takes time to build an extensive mental model. But I've worked with some, really, you know, productive colleagues who usually have spent months or years, you know, working around the code, the code base that I'm interested in, and they're able, to be really, really effective because they need less time to, you know, get their own RAM set up. They maybe have something loaded into like a very fast SSD or something that they can pull from. And they have all this state in their head, and that allows them to just reason and reason about it much more quickly. But the problem is that it does take time for these mental models to build. It's kind of one step at a time. You might start somewhere. You know, you start poking at the code. You make a mistake, maybe even break something in production. All of this helps with our learning, but it does just take time. And I think, you know, it'd be great if we could reduce onboarding onto a new code base from 3 months, 6 months to a week or an afternoon. Wouldn't that be fantastic? But yeah, so what do we do about all of this now that I've painted a terrible state of the world and talked about all of our problems? Well, I think like there's this interesting idea of inspecting kind of what is actually happening at runtime, and Python provides some really great hooks for this. You know, if you're curious about how Kolo works under the hood, Ian is in the audience, so hit up Ian. He's sitting right here at the front, and we can talk more about that in depth. It's all pretty interesting. But yeah, this idea of looking at what our program is actually doing. And this isn't necessarily a new thing. Like the technologies kind of exist here. So you might have seen some of these. I think actually Sentry, Datadog were mentioned earlier. These tools already look at least what part of our code is doing and then extracting that information. So some of this question of what happened or what's going on can be answered with these tools. What I think is interesting, though, is actually, let me show you this. So yeah, so this is what it looks like, right? So this is what Datadog. This is a trace of simple poll in Datadog. You know, it took like 300 milliseconds. There's a bunch of SQL queries. Then it ended with a request. Like this is helpful in giving us an understanding, like where you know, in a given request that's served by the simple poll Django app. Well, what's going on? Like, okay, there's these middlewares, and then there's these SQL queries, and then there's a request to the Slack API. Like this is helpful. But these tools are largely built for monitoring, performance, profiling, and you know, these very clear cases of there is an error, there is a problem. You know, this is helpful if you want to find a solution to this specific problem. But I think what I want to talk about and what I find quite interesting is this focus on understanding. Like very few, really very few tools focus on helping you understand what your code is doing at a more global, high-level perspective. Not how do I solve the specific problem, how do I optimize the performance in this specific thing, but hey, help me understand like what my code is doing. Help me, you know, help me create my mental model for all of these things that are going on and that I can then use to be more effective. All right, so this has all been pretty high level so far. I think a lot of this applies broadly to software development or broadly to web development, but I'm going to simplify this a little bit for us and make this all just a little bit more tangible. So we're going to talk about Python, and specifically we're going to talk about Django. This is the Django day after all. And finally, we're actually not even going to talk about all of Django, but just about the HTTP request response cycle. And HTTP is actually a great gift, because it's this beautiful stateless protocol that helps us reason about just a part of what our code is actually doing. So a request comes in, we serve a response, some code was executed in the middle. We actually don't need to understand everything at once. We just need to kind of understand what happened here. What's over several requests, what happened in all of these. it's great because we can understand and learn sort of one step at a time. We don't need to know about everything that our code base is doing. We just need to take it one step at a time. So I think HTTP is incredibly useful. Okay, so this is where we get to the demo of Kolo. Before we get to it, I guess a few words just to kind of introduce it. So the best way to think about Kolo, yeah, it's a tool that helps you understand what your code is doing. And the way it does that is really two parts. So on the Python side, it's a middleware, so you can pip install Kolo and then add it to your middleware list. And then the other piece is a VS Code extension. So the middleware runs, inspects your code, collects all this information as your locally running Django app is serving requests. It saves that all into like a SQLite database, and then it's displayed and served up in the VS Code extension for you to get insights from. All right, so now we are going to look at the demo. Let's see how quickly I can switch this over. All right. Sweet. That wasn't the most painful thing in the world. All right, you can all see this. I guess it's quite small. This is quite big now. All right, so just to kind of set the scene here a little bit. So what we have here is VS Code on the right, and then we have Slack running on the left. So I'm going to use Simple Poll as kind of a demo case for how we use Kolo. In many ways, Kolo is kind of an internal tool to help us build Simple Poll more quickly. So what I actually am going to do is do something in Simple Poll, interact with Simple Poll. You interact with Simple Poll via Slack. And then what I'd like you to do is to look at this list of requests. So if you're unfamiliar with VS Code, you have all kind of these tabs here on the side. So you have the File Explorer, and you have Search, and you have Git. And then Kolo is here, and the kind of the main way Kolo works is by showing you a list of requests that the locally running Django app recently served. So I have Django running down here. Get rid of that. And then it shows you kind of historically the most recent requests. The most recent one is at the top. So yeah, I'd like you to pay attention essentially to that list of requests, because as I interact with Simple Poll, my locally running Simple Poll, you can kind of see additional requests show up here, right? So I just asked, hey, please, I want to create a poll that fired off a request to my local Simple Poll to serve up this modal which opened. And let me ask a question. So creating a poll which has really one option. Let's be real. And then let me create the poll. So this created the poll, and now I can even cast a vote on it. And you can see all of the requests sort of coming in live as this is happening. So I'm going to get rid of Slack now, and we can kind of focus on just Kolo. So yeah, like I said, you kind of starting to get the idea that we have these recent requests that went to our local Django app, and like Kolo is kind of displaying them all. One interesting thing that might be different in your Django apps is that the way the Slack API works, they all kind of arrive at the same URL. I think this is common if you have like a GraphQL API, you have different queries going to the same place. If you're processing webhooks from any place, maybe if you have payments in your app and you have a payments provider like Stripe, they will typically send all of the webhooks to a single URL, and then they all arrive in one place. Now, this can be pretty unhelpful if you're then trying to debug these requests. So one of the things Kolo helpfully provides is this custom request description. So you can kind of see in gray. It gives us a little bit of a better sense of what this request actually is. So we have a little bit more to work with, rather than just the path and the method and the outcome. All right, so let's dig into one of these. I want to dig into the poll that was created. So let's look at this one. So for each of these, you kind of get an overview of all the different basics. There's a lot of stuff that you'd expect. When was this? How long did it take, etc. the thing that I think is really interesting is we kind of give you all of the frames. So what a frame is kind of like the language from the Python internals, but you can kind of think of this as like every function that was executed during this request, all of your code that actually ran during the request. So we can go into one of these. Will be interesting. Maybe we go into this one. So this takes us straight to our code. Now, usually on your screens, I think you'd be able to see a little bit more here. Maybe I can zoom out one and it would still be slightly visible. Is that all right? Can you kind of see that? Okay. So we know that this function was hit, and actually Kolo provides these inline annotations that tell us, okay, this function was called with these variables. And then later down, we can also see here's the where it returned. So for this specific trace, for this specific poll creation request, here is exactly which code was executed. And of course, you can kind of click on these. Let me go on to the return one. And you can see all of the locals that were available. So this is all of the input arguments. So this is exactly all of the data that was passed in here from Slack. All of these different pieces of information we have access to. So the Slack user, the Slack team ID, et cetera, et cetera. And then here's all the locals that were defined. And then finally, here's what the return value was. So in this case, we return a JSON response from Django. So for every single function that was executed during the request, we have access to this information. So the thing I want to highlight here, and which brings us back to kind of the problems I was talking about, is if I'm a new developer on the SimplePoll code base, I don't need to know about all of this code to start, or all of these files, which functions, to start understanding like what's happening, what's going on. All I need to have running is a local version of SimplePoll, and I need to just start interacting with it. As soon as I start interacting with it, I can start understanding, okay, this interaction leads to this function with this data. So this is what Kolo gives us access to here. Of course, let me close this real quick. We have the frames. We also have access to the SQL queries. So we can look at all of the different SQL queries that ran, that Django wrote for us and sent to the database. And then crucially, we can also see where they were made from. So this is a little bit small here. Maybe I do zoom in again. This is a little bit small here, but so every single SQL query, it tells us where exactly in our code was this query made. So this is making a request to user. It does a bunch of stuff, annotates. But Kolo helps tell us, where is this coming from? So if we were, curious about, what the hell this query is taking forever, 37 milliseconds, and it's duplicated. Why? Like, where is it coming from? We can jump straight to where in our code that query actually comes from, which is super handy. Now, this might not be relevant for all of you, but in the case of SimplePoll, much of what we do is actually send API requests back to Slack. And I think typically outbound HTTP requests tend to, are quite interesting. So Kolo includes those as well. So we can see here, okay, we made, in this case, this would be telling Slack, hey, please post this poll in Slack. So here's exactly the HTTP request that we sent back to Slack to create the poll. So if something looks off in the output that we maybe as a new developer observe in Slack in the actual output, we can immediately go back to exactly the request that we sent and kind of find the corresponding bit and then work our way back from there. And we can also see what Slack returned, which in this case is a very helpful. Okay, true. All right, so, but believe it or not, I think this is actually not the most interesting bit of Kolo. So the coolest part of Kolo, in my humble opinion, is the frame visualization. So can I zoom this out? Let me recreate this. Okay, we can see a bit more here. So kind of a reminder, again, this is this is the request to complete creating a poll in Slack. And this is what it looks like. So every node you can see in this graph is essentially a function call. So I can hover over these and see this is where it kind of started, this poll action that returned that JSON response. But kind of we can get an overview about everything that's kind of going on in the course of the request. The white nodes are just your code, your function calls in your code. Then the green ones, so this one, for example, is the beginning of a celery background task. So everything that comes after here is happening in a background task. And same thing here. We kind of start a background task, and then all of that happens afterwards. The blue lines are an HTTP request. So this would be the place where we then actually make the request to post in Slack. And then newly available and not yet released, the purple lines are all of the SQL queries that get made. So you can kind of starting kind of from nothing, you can get an understanding of here's everything that's happening, everything important that's happening during this request. You can see kind of where do the most SQL queries get made, where are the background jobs starting. One thing I've noticed and I found incredibly useful actually is at least the way kind of our code seems to be mostly structured, is that there's always a bunch of stuff going on and a bunch of kind of checks here at the beginning. Is this routing? Is this user allowed to do this thing? But then there tends to be this one main blob, which kind of coordinates most of the work. In this case, we actually have two. So we have this one here, complete poll creation. And we can obviously jump straight there and then go and explore all of that. And then we have the second one here, which is the background job to kind of post it in Slack. So we get kind of an overview of everything that's going on. We can jump to the SQL queries. We can jump to the HTTP requests. And then also you can see down here, we have a flame graph. So this visualization at the top, it kind of gives us a bit of a spatial layout. Like, what are all these things that are going on? Which function seems to coordinate the most work? And then, yeah, like I said, this tends to be a good heuristic for me when I'm refamiliarizing myself with something. This is where do I need to go to make my change? Well, the function that coordinates it is kind of a good place to start looking and then refamiliarize myself with all that's going here. And often I tend to add whatever new feature it is in one of these functions that coordinate a lot of work. This would be another example here, post creation logic. But yeah, then we also have the flame graph down here, so we can kind of explore a little bit what's taking the most time. And obviously, especially with the internet here, it seems like the HTTP requests to Slack are taking, almost a full second down here. But you can also dig in and zoom in and see, okay, interesting. So just saving the poll, that's a couple of requests, here and there. But yeah, going back to this idea of understanding, you just start to build a picture with all of these various tools, either at the very specific level or at more of the global high-level level about what's actually going on in the code. You can start kind of from zero. Now, I want to show one more feature, which is also unreleased. Actually, might be released, but it's hidden. So imagine again, you're sort of new to the code base and you're investigating and you're trying to figure out what does this function do here, right? So yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting you all to kind of understand this right now, but this is a function, is standard emoji for action ID. What does this function actually do? It looks simple enough, but it's a little bit weird. And you can look at the example here. Let's take a look at this. And we can see that it was called, the input arguments were ID1 and then emoji1, and then it just returns true. Okay, interesting. But what about when this function doesn't return true, when it returns false? Like, what would need to happen so that this function would return false? Well, what we actually can do by just recording all of these traces over time is we can show you not just information from a single trace, like a poll getting created, but we can also show you, any examples we have of this function getting called. So if I hover over this, I see here that Kolo has actually 74 examples for us of how this function is used in practice across all of the locally served requests. And fun fact, you actually can enable Kolo in your tests as well by setting the debug mode flag. Kolo runs only when debug is true. In tests, by default, debug is false. But if you pass that flag, then Kolo will run for your tests, which can be a great way to kind of seed your database with all of these different examples, especially if you have great code coverage. So I'm just going to click on these examples here, and that opens up another kind of tab with many different examples of how this function is called in practice. Now, again, this is still not very helpful because we get past 1 and 1, and then it returns true. But what I can do here now is I can search for return false. And now, interesting, we see something here. So we see action ID 4, and then the emoji is pizza. Now, that is kind of breaks the pattern. We always see 3 and 3, 5 and 5, and now here we see 4 and pizza. So now this might be obvious if you're, if you wrote the code. I wrote this code. It might be obvious by reading the function closely, but it's just so helpful to see like an actual example. Like when would it not be 2 and 2? When would it not be 5 and 5? Well, it turns out you can have 4 and pizza, and that's when this function would return false. And that's now strengthened your mental model a little bit and kind of got you a little further on that journey of understanding. All right, so I am now going to go back to the last slide and talk a little bit about the glorious future of inspecting our code at runtime. All right. Where are the slides? Slides are gone. So while I get this back up, I think essentially what I want to say with this is, I think some of these explorations with Kolo are, oh crap. There we go. So, oh, now I'm at the beginning. Oops. So yeah, what does this glorious future of inspecting our code at runtime actually look like?
I need to share your screen again. Sorry.
Oh, is it not working?
Yeah, just down here. And share screen. Okay, and then that one over there.
Perfect.
And share.
Lovely. Is it working?
Perfect. Thank you. Great.
Yeah, okay. My notes aren't working anymore. Anyway, so yeah, this idea of like, what does the future look like where we can look at our runtime data in this kind of way? Like, so I think some of these things that Kolo can do are interesting, but I think there's so much more. If you imagine like sort of a storage layer that's always available to any running code, I think there's so many more interesting things that we could do. Like, could we share some of these traces with our team, and then we all have access to the same underlying database, and you don't even have to run tests to locally seed your examples. You just have them available immediately from the day you open your laptop as a new joiner. Or could something like Kolo run as part of CI and tell us, hey, your code looks great in your pull request, but actually you're adding like 2 SQL queries to every single existing test in the code base. Like, are you sure you want to do that? Like, it slows things down. Like, it's surprising to me we don't have some of this tooling already, but I think it becomes possible if we keep track of what our code is actually doing. And staying in the world of tests, these examples for functions, I think they could actually become great unit tests. We can take some of that data we collected at runtime and turn it into tests, and then have that run automatically for us. Or even beyond unit tests. I think one of the things that I actually enjoy least about software development is writing tests. Like, I enjoy, this is controversial, but like I enjoy building the thing and the feature and making it happen. And then, afterwards I come back and now I have to like do everything again, write the test. And it's not even the assertions. Writing assertions and tests are fine. What I find annoying is the fixture setup. Getting all of the stuff in there and then making sure the test client has the same request that I was already doing anyway locally, and then writing the assertions is fine. But yeah, the fixtures is kind of what I find annoying. But I think we are basically already collecting the fixture data by running Kolo. So is there a way we can perhaps just save that data into a test and have that be a starting point for then you to write your assertions? So I think that's a couple of ideas. I think there's actually many, many more. I'm really curious what you all think, in questions or even discussions later today or virtually. I think, yeah, there's a lot we can do here, and I'm really excited for what this glorious future could look like. And then last slide. So if you want to use Kolo, Kolo.app is the best place to get started. We are also on Discord. That's a great place to chat and have some of these discussions. Kolo.app/Discord. If you want to email me, Wilhelm@Kolo.app is a great place to look. We are actually looking for someone to join us part-time on Kolo on Mondays and Tuesdays to actually work on kind of the front end, the VS Code side, the TypeScript side. So if you have experience with TypeScript, front end and also Python, and you want to do 2 days a week, then, or if you know someone like that, please come talk to me. As I said, Ian is in the audience to talk about how Kolo actually works. And then also Kez and Jakob are here, who are on the Simple Poll team with me. So there's a couple of us here. I'm sure we'll get to know you all throughout the day and later. But yeah, thanks so much for your time. Great to be here with all of you. And yeah, looking forward to the discussion.
Super nice, Will. Right on time too.
Love it.
But we do, and right on time, as in we do have time for questions.
Yeah. Awesome.
I do have one little clarifying question,
Yep.
if I may start.
Yeah.
Kolo is running as together with the Django dev server locally on the laptop right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
And you're looking to expand that into multiple.
Yeah, it's
dev
interesting.
servers?
You mean like running online or in
staging
production?
in production
Yeah.
and so on?
Yeah, I think staging could be pretty interesting. I know actually we've had this come up recently internally for us. We'd love like if it was available in more places. I think it's local for now because it allows kind of the most room for experimentation. So we are still in beta. So I wouldn't recommend running it in production, but it's pretty safe to do locally, right? Like all it does is save some files locally for you, and then if something ever was to break, just comment it out, and then everything is working again. Whereas in production, it'd be a bit more serious. I think like over time, like we could go to these other environments. I think CI actually is, I think is quite interesting, and maybe similarly safe as opposed to all the way to production. But yeah, I think it's quite interesting, but it might take a few years before we get to production.
Hopefully faster.
Yeah.
There is also a number of questions, sort of the same category as Jo is asking if there is a plan to have an extension for the other editors, those that are not visual code. Will you be able to do that at some point? Do you have Kolo running like separately so you can build another IDE integration?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, absolutely. So the architecture definitely supports it. It's really like a nice kind of front-end, back-end separation. So everything is saved in like a local SQLite file. Like you can find the SQLite file, look at it. If you love writing SQL queries, you can, you can get the data yourself. And even if you're, say, using Vim, you can start like querying that SQLite file and get the data that you're looking for. It'll be a bit harder. But yeah, the architecture definitely supports other extensions. Like I think PyCharm is a very common request. I feel like if we were to build another one, that would probably be the first one. But I think even on the web could be quite interesting. Like having kind of a web solution so that you could look at the Kolo's output without needing to be on a specific IDE. For context, like right now, the focus has definitely been to make this part of your development experience as much as possible, reduce the amount of context switching. Like you could see the whole demo was inside VS Code, like jumping around various functions, opening up these files. It's intentionally built that way so that it can become part of your workflow, as opposed to adding another window or another kind of tab onto it. So that's important. I think actually what we might do is VS Code can actually run in the browser. So we might build it in such a way that you can just see Kolo's output on your code base with VS Code in the browser. Like that's not as great as having it perfectly natively in PyCharm, but it might be a good workaround like in the meantime. It's definitely a lot of work to build another extension. So yeah, it'll happen at some point, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Any questions from the audience? Yes?
What's the overhead on running this? Like you talk about enabling it on a test suite. I've got a test suite that runs for 10 or 15 minutes or something, and I enable it for this. How long is it going to run for?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, I think like it's interesting. It definitely varies on what you do and how much work Kolo does. I think for the most use cases, I'd probably recommend just using it on a single test, or maybe on like a small app, like a Django app, and just populating it there. I think if your test suite is already 15 minutes, then yeah, we're not going to make it any faster. I think it's in kind of local development. So when you're processing one request at a time, the overhead is pretty negligible. So you might go from 600 millisecond request to like 800 milliseconds, which for a single, like that's a substantial percentage increase, but for yourself, it's not noticeable. I think yeah, if we want to do a good job at the full test suite, yeah, it's going to have to become faster than it is right now. So there's some overhead, but there's also paths to reducing it if the test suite use case becomes like very interesting.
If I'm only doing that to seed your database, that's in a SQL file locally, then
Yep.
I need to do that once anyway.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to do it once. Yeah.
There's one more question. I think we can make it the last question before we go to the lunch break.
Sure. Yeah.
Like a quick one. Yeah.
So I've been using Kolo, and at the same time, I'm trying to use sometimes Django debug toolbar.
Oh yeah.
It's a bit of a weird interaction because sort of responsiveness really goes down the drain when that happens. Do you happen to know why, or?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, we need to look into that. I think
something that can be fixed.
Yeah. So you're saying when you have both Kolo and debug toolbar, it adds a lot of overhead.
Yeah, like a half-second request turns into a 10-second request sometimes or something.
Really? And when it's just Kolo, that doesn't happen. And when it's just debug toolbar, it doesn't.
When it's debug toolbar seems to have a lower sort of response time than Kolo. It's debug toolbar is worse than Kolo when you're trying to get
right.
I guess a related question is how do you post feedback for Kolo when you're running the beta?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best part is in the GitHub repository. So opening a new issue there. I think the Discord is also a fine place to start. But yeah, clearly there's some interesting things we can look into there. Ian's actually been working on performance for the last several months. Trying out various bits with Python, which is kind of new to me and very interesting. But yeah, like the interaction with debug toolbar specifically seems like it's making things worse. So yeah, I'm curious. Maybe we could do something there. Yeah.
I'm sorry it has to be the last question, but give Will a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Just an announcement that is only for the venue, so we can pause the recording. There will be food now, and of course, if everyone rushes to the buffet at the same time, then we might have a bit of congestion. So without putting like any sort of strict demands on who goes first, imagine that you are sitting in the back and you're closest to the buffet. Then you are like nice +5 in the queue. If you you can go there a bit earlier, and the more you are sitting close to the stage, the later you should consider going, and then we hope we can manage that way. And then where to eat the food is also a good question. We cannot, unfortunately, rearrange stuff and get back, so we have to keep the chairs where they are. But of course, that's a good place to sit and eat. And there is also the outdoors, little drops of water, but most has evaporated. And the lunch break is until 1 o'clock. And we'll try to manage to do some of the dishes at the end of the lunch break. So if you can kindly like put your plate and fork close to the kitchen, then I think Caroline has improvised some way of collecting it down there. And the menu, that's interesting because the menu is in Danish, and some of the words are weird for me to try to translate, but svinemørbrad i tomat. How do you say that? Pork? Yeah. What? Sirloin? Sirloin and tomatoes. Yeah. And there's also vegetarian and vegan options for anyone who indicated that. It's served as a buffet. So if you are not signed up for vegan and vegetarian, consider like leaving that for those who signed up, and then can see towards the end of the buffet where if there's some leftovers. Some other things on the menu is a rice salad with black beans and baked leek, spring onion, sumac, mint, and tahini. And then we have baked tomato with rucola, edamame spread with peanuts, sweet potato pesto with chili, And then we have a spicy raisin cake with chocolate. Oh, that must be the cake break later. Yes, I'll save that for later. But the food is provided by Techno Eatery. We wanted to have hired them last year, and now this year it finally happened. So they have just brought in the food with a taxi from Copenhagen Northwest, where otherwise they have a restaurant. So yeah, bon appetit.
Thank you.
And if you would like to have a drink together with the lunch, we have delayed by mistake the drinks a little bit, but there will come some like sodas and stuff to self-serve in some moments when we have cleared the table. But on stage now, I have Romelu.
Thanks.
Welcome, and a super exciting talk that you have for us.
Hope so.
I think so already. I've been looking forward to hearing more about wiremocking and how to do that with Django. So give Romelu a warm hand.
Okay, so let's start that you have found your dream job. Now you are responsible for managing Minecraft customized servers. So you dispose some servers over the internet, and your friends can now connect to the Minecraft and play. And yeah, maybe this Minecraft servers has some difference. So maybe the creeper does not explode, but it gives you code, diamonds. Yeah, it's because we want to not play with the vanilla Minecraft. And yeah, and as the maintainer, as the manager of the Minecraft service, you have some tasks. You need to do some things. One of them is play Minecraft all day long. You need to monitor the servers, get some health status, and maybe you need to turn off the servers. And one of the tasks is maybe send some message to the players, some broadcast messages. Yeah, but you need to manage several servers, and that's not nice. You need a tool that's going to simplify your life. So a software that you can keep control of the service, understand what's going on, and you need a solution that you are capable to make in a RPC and also to get a nice front end, because you want to have need to administrate, and I need an interface to administrate, and another in the other end you need something to talk to the Minecraft servers, and you need support for accounts, users. Maybe you are not manage the service alone. You need some friends, and you divide the work. You are responsible for half of the service, and your friend is responsible for the another one. And yeah, and you need to get the job done without fuss, without hassle. You just need to get this tool out of the blue and play with it right away. So you decide to go for Django. Django, you can get the job done, and you can manage the Minecraft service. So you are on the one side, you talk to the Django, and the Django talks on your behalf to the Minecraft service, and you send commands to the Django. You get some response back from the Minecraft service. Yeah, everybody's happy. Your boss is happy because now you can do more. You now can focus on different problems. You don't need to do an SSH in the machines. The community is also really happy because you can manage better the servers. And yeah, it's a major win. But the product guys are never happy. They are always asking for changes. They are asking for new features. And also, we as engineers, we would like to move our service to the next level. So maybe we want to move away from synchronous calls to asynchronous call, or maybe introducing a queue, who knows. And you need to hand over the software, the system, to the most evil person in the world, which is yourself in the future. You know, I bet you guys have that feeling, oh, who wrote this code? Ah, that was me. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. So you need to think in a way to manage these complex scenarios of threats, constant changes, because the only constant in the software industry is things are going to change. Yeah, that's why I'm here today to talk about a little bit about Django and wiremock, and why it's important to make end-to-end tests, and how come that it can be easy. I'm Romulo. I'm from Brazil, particularly for this part of Brazil, northwest part of Brazil. And yeah, and I'm from the city of Recife with nice beaches, and it's a tropical city. But I'm living here in Denmark since 2017. So far, so good. I'm happy to be here. And I got more than 15 years in experience in the software industry. I have played with Java, Go, C, JavaScript, a lot of technology, a lot of languages. And today I'm a software senior engineer at Meta. It's a fintech, a nice fintech. And I really love what I do. I wake up every morning, take my bike, go to the work, and let's see what I can achieve today. So with the experience, yeah, that happens. And with the experience, I have seen a lot of problems, a lot of bad things. I have introduced a lot of shit in production. My last one was to tear down the Kubernetes cluster of the company. That was bad. Wasn't nice. But with the experience, I also have seen a lot of tools, techniques, and the process. Python, I've been playing with Python since 2006. Yep, and it's a nice language. You focus on the problem, you get your job done. Django since 2009. Yes, and I'm from the age that even Django wasn't able to support multiple databases. Yeah, that was a really nice period. And I love Django because I can set up something really fast and get the job done. And pair programming, I really appreciate pair programming. I would love to do more of it. And it is something that when you have someone to talk, when you have someone to share ideas, things happen. You know, the synergy effect when one plus one is equal 3, and that's amazing. I do recommend you guys to do more pair programming. But my focus today is about talking about this process, this technique, which is test-driven development. And in my opinion, it's not only about writing the tests first. It's not only about it. So what is TDD about, in my opinion, is to make tests simple, is to make your application testable. If it is hard to test application, then you need to let's think more, and let's make it happen. Is to embrace change. Is to you no longer be afraid for introducing new features or to do some refactors. Is let's make it new stuff without fear. Is to facilitate refactoring. If it is hard to replace some part of your code with another one, then try to rethink and try to introduce tests so you can simplify your life. And also, it's about to push more design thinking to the code. When you need to make your application testable, then you need to step back. Okay, I need to figure out how I'm gonna interact with the functions, or how I'm going to interact with the interfaces easily. Yeah, and also it's a matter of making the quality as a team effort. It's not only one department that should take care of it, like the QAs, it's the whole organization. You as engineer, you are the first one to get in touch with the code. You are the first one to get in touch with the project, the product, and then you should start to think the quality from the beginning. Yeah, and I really appreciate this quote from J.K. Kepler-Moss, that a code without test is broken by design. Thinking that I like to think test as a formal specification of your software. You are not going to get in a software or a project without bugs with tests, but you are going to get some sort of process, some sort of code or documentation that is going to make sure that your software does what it's supposed to do. Yes, and I like to think tests as real users. They are if you think that who is going to use this function, okay, the first one is going to be my test. So I need to think, hey, I need to make the life of the test easier. Because at the end, when you are develop something, you are thinking in making your users to get something done, to be more happy, to be easy. So thinking also tests as real users, and then I bet that the quality of your project is gonna grow. So let's go back to our problem, to the beginning. You have created your Minecraft server to administrate. You have created spawn Minecraft servers, and you have created this administration tool. Then after you are logging on the system, you get the list of the servers that you are responsible of. The green one means that the server is live, and the red one means that the server is offline. That's the first indication that maybe something is not nice on the field. And you decide to go into the server one, and that's the screen that you get. Again, the status of the server, some metrics about the CPU, the uptime, and you get also a field, a form where you can broadcast message to the players. And you write something on the field, on the form, and then you press the button send. You dispatch the message to the Django, and you get back this alert, this message that everything went fine. And on the Minecraft side, you see the message. The users can see the message. Yeah, pretty simple user case. But yes, and under the hood, this is the Django model. Bear with me. This is the first iteration. This is a very simplification. I know that there are a lot of opportunities for improvements, but our focus is to get the job done. And yeah, so that's the first iteration. And you have the model, a name, you have the address, and here is the method that you actually make you send the message to the Minecraft. I'm using the request library. This is the endpoint. You have the headers for some credentials, the payload, and if something goes bad, if the request throw an exception, I return false. And if there is no exception, then I verify the status codes for 200. And why 200? Because that's what the documentation of this endpoint says, that if you get back at 200, I got your message, and now it's my responsibility to deliver to the clients. And as part of my contract, I return a Boolean that says true, the message has been sent, false, yeah, something went wrong. And you'd like to, oh, by the way, this is the view. When you call for the browser, and yeah, again, bear with me, a simplification, just to get the job done. And you get an object from the database, and you verify the payload if the payload is in the right format, and I use the method that I create to dispatch the message, and I pay attention that now I'm switching to a 204 because I don't want to send any message back to the sender of the message. I just want to say, hey, everything went fine. If not, then I return an error of 502 case I'm not able to send the message. Yeah, pretty simple. And I made this view to be login required only. Logged users can send messages. Pretty simple, get the job done, and yeah. So the first approach to assure the quality of of your application is to create a unit test. Unit test, you can mock the objects. You can maybe use techniques like dependency injection. You can maybe inversion of control, and they are meant to be simple. Don't overcomplicate the unit tests. And I do think that it's okay to use that handful database in memory that Django provides for you. So test case, don't reinvent the wheel. So for my model, I've created this unit test. Look, that I'm mocking I get the request library mocked, and then I pretend what's going to be my expected response, and I also test that my library is getting the expected format to send to the Minecraft server, and then yeah, and finally I make sure that with this configuration I can send the message. No big deal, I guess. And also for the view is pretty similar, but instead of mocking the HTTP, the request library, now I'm mocking the object that I get back from the database, and also mocking the send broadcast message from the model. And again, verifying that I'm gonna send a response back at 204. So pretty simple unit test. And yeah, then you start to make questions. What if I want to refactor that for an asynchronous call? What's going to be the amount of effort to implement a sync? And what if I don't want to mock the HTTP library, because you are entering on implementation details when you mock thing? That's not nice. And what if I want to make a real HTTP call? And what if I want to be able to test fully fully end-to-end my server from local? Then you need a real HTTP call. You need to call the server. There is no magic. You need to call. What are the challenges when you start to play with real servers? The first one, network is terrible for tests. You don't have control of the network. The internet is a wild environment. You can package drops, bad things happen. The internet connection may be slow. It's terrible. How about secrets? When you are talking to different servers, to third-party APIs, you usually need to provide some credentials. It's not nice, terrible idea, the idea to commit secrets on your code. Okay, maybe GitHub or CI/CDs offer options where you can configure the secrets and you can reuse it. But usually, the people that is responsible to manage the secrets, to manage the accounts, or to rotate the accounts is not the same people that is responsible to manage the CI/CD. And then it's more complication to run the tests and to configure them. And also infrastructure configuration. Maybe you are running on a CI/CD environment that you are not allowed to go to out of the internet. I don't know what kind of setup do you have it. So yeah, that's not an option. DDoS tests are supposed to be fast. So you need to test several scenarios, and which means you are going to make a bunch of requests in a very short period of time, and maybe the firewall of the third-party API can think, oh, I'm under attack. I can see this amount of requests in this short period of time. Maybe I'm under attack. Then I'm going to start to block you for this period, for a period of moment. And then your colleague cannot get the job done because now you have provoked you are blocked to access the third-party API. Also about test configuration, on our example, we are running Minecraft servers. You can download the jar, you can set up the environment, but come on, guys. We are supposed to focus on our application. If you need to run this big setup, then we need to go to a different kind of tests. And we should keep focus on the quality of our part that we are responsible. And also, it is really hard to simulate and to get server-side fails. It's almost impossible to provoke in a 500, or you want to simulate retries, you want to simulate if they send garbage to me. Yeah, that's not nice. And that means that we need a different kind of tool to provide the solution. And I do recommend WireMock for it. What is a WireMock? Is this big word. This is what you can read from their website. Is an HTTP-based APIs that you can mock in HTTP-based APIs. What I like to think in this way, it's a tool that places only the necessary infrastructure to fake real HTTP APIs. Just it. Just what we need. What we need, you need to be able to talk to a server through HTTP and get based on some response, get something back. Yeah. And I've been using it for more than 5 years in any kind of in very different projects, in Java projects, Scala project, Python projects, and it's good and it works and it gets the job done. So, talking more about WireMock. As I said, it's you get back HTTP response based on some match criteria. Those match criteria can be a regasp, can be in a particular header, can be in a particular content type, can be a request, HTTP request that you usually send to the API. You can template the responses based on the requests, which means that if you send, for example, an argument on the request, you can move that argument back to the body, to the response. And for example, if you are creating a user, and you can fake that you send the username, and then you are going to see back, you are going to get back the username. Maybe your code requires this kind of behavior. You can simulate faults. You can introduce delays. You can return 500s. You can return 504. You can return garbage. You can return. You can drop the connection. You can simulate faults. That is really hard to get when you are playing with real servers. And what if you want to get in a test? What if you want to test the retries mechanism that we usually have in our code? For example, the first attempt you get in a 500, and then you wait a little bit, then you test again, and you get to 200. Just to test your retry mechanism or your circuit breaks, you can simulate them with stateful behaviors. You can verify the requests again. Yeah, sometimes you need to check that you made that proper request without mocking it. And you can record and playback. You can put wire mock between your server and your server. You can record the request, save the request that you made, save the response that you got back, and then reuse them for tests, to re-implement tests. Yeah, I think that's a really nice feature to have. In order to get it run, yeah, it is in a Java application. You download the jar and run as this one. I don't know which kind of environment you have in your machines, Windows, Linux, Macs, I don't know, but yeah, this just works in any kind of environment. Or maybe you can get it as a Docker container. Simple like that. Okay. And how do you mock the requests? There is this very special endpoint in the wire mock. It's a web server. You start, and you get URL back. Then you gonna make a post to this endpoint. You specify what kind of request you are gonna make, and then you specify what kind of response. Sorry, you specify what kind of request you're gonna make, and then you specify what kind of response you are gonna get back. And it can be a JSON, can be XML, can be HTML, can be any valid HTTP response. You specify as a JSON, but you can get any kind of HTTP valid structure. Yep. How do you verify? If you are in the Java world, then there are more tools to verify, to make sure that what kind of request you made. But since you are in the Python, then you can use this endpoint request count, and then you can verify that, okay, based on this request that I made, I can see how many times that has been counted, how has been requested. Yeah. So our first refactor using WireMock is our view. I'm now going to make a real. I'm gonna mock the endpoint to send broadcast messages, and then now I'm gonna just test that I'm getting the response back as I expect. Less code, direct to the point, and you are exercising the very many parts of your code, simple, and you are not playing with a real server, and yeah, just like this. And this is the way that I do with my projects. I mock the response and call the endpoint. And here, maybe you can call directly the method instead of calling the view. You decide. What's happening here? You are running your test inside of the Django application, and the Django the test thinks that they are talking to the Minecraft service. The database is there to exemplify that it's a complete solution. But in reality, you are not talking to Minecraft service, you are talking to WireMock. But pay attention to this line. What kind of information I'm getting here is I'm dependent of the Django framework to set up the environment for me. Or maybe I can not touch some parts of the code that I know that's problematic. And yeah, so that you are inside of the Django context. But your users, your real users, don't care that you are running in Django. They don't care. They don't just want to use your interface. So you need to go up on the abstraction layer. You need to move out from the Django. And then is when the end-to-end test starts to make sense. They are agnostic to serverless framework. They speak the language of the interface, and they are pretty similar to integration tests. But you are only allowed to use the public interface. You are not allowed to use the backdoors that you implemented, because your real users they are not aware of them. And you want to test your solution from end to end entirely. You start your server as production, but using the test configuration. Yeah, you are not going to hit the real production, the real third-party API. You are going to read the Minecraft, the WireMock server. The data should live only during the execution of the test. You spin up your server, you run the migrations. If your migration includes some scripting, then you execute it. But after you tear down, then the data should be gone. You should not reuse the previous test. And this is the kind of test that I like to think that they survive a major internal refactoring. If you decide to update your Django library from 3 to 4, your end-to-end test should not be affected by this refactor. If you decide to move away from Django to, for example, Fast API, if you are running RESTful interfaces, then they should not be affected by those refactors. And how does it look? Your test is pretty similar to the test that you implement for the view, but now I'm going to use the request, the library request, and I'm going to use the session. I log in, get the credential, put in the session the cookies, mock my object, and then I test it again my endpoint. And be aware that here I'm not talking to Django. There is no reference to the Django here at all. From the top level, your end-to-end test now is going to hit your application as a black box. You are not aware, but the external part, it should be aware, right? You are testing your application. You are not testing the full environment. Now is a black box. Again, you have in a database, a live database, and your application thinks it's talking to Minecraft, but in reality, it's using WireMock. And what if you don't have tests at all in your application? That happens. Sometimes that happens. So I do recommend you start creating end-to-end tests. A WireMock is great for this case because, as I said, you record and the playback. You save the request that you are making to the third party, and reuse the information that you have saved and to load the WireMock again. Don't do it programmatically. That's a lot of work to do. Yeah, and then this is the pyramid, the test pyramid. I think that you guys are aware of it, and you should focus in have more unit tests, service tests than UI or end-to-end tests, because those kind of tests are very expensive and are very slow to run. Yep, and if you want to debug, it's pretty. If you're having a problem in production, I like to debug using end-to-end test. What I do is I reuse the very same setup. I start my dependencies manually. I'm not going to start altogether, and then I start my Django application in debug mode, maybe from your IDE, but it's in a way that you are able to debug your application. And then you load the WireMock with the dependent data in behavior. And then you are going to start to create the end-to-end tests against the problematic endpoint of flow. Sometimes it's not just one request that fails, it's a sequence of requests. And you set the breakpoints at the Django application, and then you start to have fun debugging while write the test that confirms the bug. You iterate over until you are able to reproduce the bug. And finally, you fix the bug. You have write the test that confirms the bug. That means that the test proves that there is a bug in your system. You're going to fix the bug, and now your test should break because you have fixed the bug. And you fix the bug, then you fix the test. And at the end, what you have is a setup, a suite of tests that proves that you have fixed that bug, and any new change is not going to introduce that bug again. or at least you are gonna be aware that, oh, maybe look, you are gonna break this flow. Yeah, that's what I would like to talk today. Questions?
Thank you so much. I heard that this was your first talk in public.
No.
It was.
Yeah, kind of in English, yes.
It was super good.
Then after 5 years more, and I'm back to the stage. That was the first
super
time
good.
in English.
Really well. Yeah, are there any questions from the audience? Yeah.
I'm worried about test pollutions, test pollution between end-to-end tests. Because you make this mapping and you test something.
Yep.
I'll just try it.
How do you handle that?
Yes.
How do you handle test pollution
Yes.
with the interest in
Yes.
wiremapping?
Wiremap provides an endpoint that you can reset all the environment. You just call that endpoint and everything is going to be reset. It's with one call. It's going to be like at the beginning of the tests.
So you have to do that at teardown.
Yeah.
Not teardown.
Maybe a teardown of after you run the test, the individual one. Yeah. Or maybe you can randomize your data. Yeah.
That spawned another question.
You wrote that you can have the mappings as files.
Yes.
Does that mean that, like, for Git, you can have like this mapping loaded up in the test?
Yes. Yes. Well, Wiremap provides you a folder, a folder where you can load your JSON files, so you don't need to programmatically write the mocks. So you can, for example, I like to do this to test a very big setup, a very big payload. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you test the stuff like latency?
Yes.
Can you test latency?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, you can simulate latency. You can simulate latency. You can simulate. Yeah. You can, for example, simulate. You send 50% of your payload, then you have a delay, and then you send the left part. You can simulate. There are very advanced techniques that you can simulate to simulate faults.
I have a question from myself. You showed that you can run it in a Docker container and also as a standalone jar.
Yes.
Is there a simple recipe for getting this up and running in a CI, like GitHub Actions, Travis, Circle CI, all that?
Like this, I'm not aware of it. I don't know, but yeah, I have this way. That is like a bonus. Is a test container. This library is pretty nice. You don't only have a possibility to spin a Docker container from your Python code, and but also you can spin Postgres. You can spin the local stack if you need, for example, to test AWS. Local stack is great because you can retrieve credentials like you are using Boto, and you can retrieve the credentials. This library, test containers, is great to simplify this process, to spin up and tear down the Docker.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I really like this, and but of course that is dependent of the Docker ecosystem. Yeah.
Yeah, and would you run it as a container that you start and stop for every build?
Yep.
Yeah. And earlier we heard about Kolo. And do you see like a connection between the Kolo app and
that was the
wiremapping?
first time that I heard about Kolo, and and I have not reflected about it, but I think they play in different fields, right? And one is for inspection at the runtime. This one is more for testing. And
yeah, it seemed there was some latency issues in Kolo by calling a real endpoint. So maybe Kolo can also discover things that way. But yeah, any other questions from the audience? Yes.
Are you using Minecraft directly, or are you using something like Squiggle or Bookit as a wrapper?
Yeah, it is. And for this case, I'm using Paper, and yes, to spin the server, and they provide a nice RESTful endpoint so you can manage the Minecraft servers.
I couldn't repeat the question because I
sorry.
am not from the Minecraft universe. I didn't
She's
understand.
asking if I'm using a kind of a plugin or I'm using the vanilla version of Minecraft servers. Or if you'll customize one for the community. I guess that's the question, right?
Yeah. Yes. I see there are no questions from the internet. So our next talk will begin in 9 minutes, 10 minutes. It means that we can have a short break and perhaps some of those drinks that we do have in the fridge can be made available. Thank you so much for the talk, Romelu.
mad now, so you must make it.
Thumbs are up. Thumbs are up. Thumbs are up.
We need to mute it.
All right, that should. So how does it look?
Perfect. All right. Yes, after a brief network interruption, we're back. And we have Joseph with us. And I could introduce you as a speaker, but first I'll introduce you as a co-orm. Like, thanks for stepping up with the talk after a late cancellation and putting together this talk on a short notice. This is also your first talk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should give him a very warm applause. And thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Happy to be here to talk about thinking in SQL with Django. How many of you here have used Django didn't have a relational database? None of you. You used no SQL? All right, a couple. But the rest, who has used it with a relational database? All right. So the overwhelming majority. So that is why SQL. And to underline the importance of SQL, let's see where SQL came from. According to Wikipedia, it first appeared in 1974 here. And just maybe saying 1974 is not enough, but this is, for example, what Sony, when they advertised their tape deck in 1973, advertised as technology built to last. So just that should tell us how long SQL has survived. And if we see any job adverts for Django developers today, we usually see technologies like Docker, Kubernetes, and if it has a front-end element, we always see the latest kid on the front-end block. Some years ago, it was Backbone.js and jQuery. Now it's the newest guys are React.js, Vue.js, and yet SQL is always lurking there somewhere. It has been used since that time. And as Django developers, I think we have to pay attention to it. Another aspect of why SQL is worth knowing and worth kind of dealing with is this concept. I think it was popularized in Nassim Nicholas Taleb's book. It's called the Lindy effect, and it's basically it originated by Broadway actors and performers meeting at this Lindy Cafe in New York City, and they arrived at this conclusion that if a show on Broadway has been performed for the last 50 days, then there's a good chance that it will be performing for the next 50 days. Similarly, if it has been performed for the last 100 days, to do the proof of concept for this talk, I have a GitHub repository. It is linked to from the talk on the Django Day Copenhagen site. There is the code and this for this talk. While developing the code for profiling, which is step 1, is I use these. Explain and query are built in to Django. You don't need to install anything to access those. Explain prints the query execution plan depending on your database. For example, this one is a sequential scan on this table, and that is from SQLite. If you access the query property of any query set, it shows you the SQL that will be evaluated, that will be executed when the query set is evaluated. Then I also used a couple of extra tools. One of them is Django extensions, among which it provides this shell plus command, which when you pass -- print -SQL to it, it prints any SQL that is executed around against the database when you're running the code. The last tool I use is the already mentioned here Django debug toolbar, and we'll see its use later on during this talk. So with profiling out of the way, let's go to the use case that this talk is about. And it's a very simple. It's the one is the relationship that the docs talk about. It's about pizza and toppings. So a pizza can have one or many toppings, and the topping can be on one or pizza. So it's a many-to-many relationship. To make it more interesting, we'll add the requirement wherein each topping can be vegetarian, vegan, or neither. And on the menu card, I want to see a V when the pizza is vegetarian and a VG when the pizza is vegan. How do we determine if a pizza is vegan or vegetarian? A pizza is vegan if all its toppings are vegan. So, for example, tomato sauce is vegan. Whereas a pizza is vegetarian if all its toppings are either vegan or vegetarian. So, for example, mozzarella is vegetarian. Ham, of course, is neither. So with those requirements, let's go to how we would model these. So in the first approach, you would have two Booleans. This is not really great because whenever you have this vegan set to true, you have to add the check constraint that it is vegetarian would be true as well. The second approach would have a choices field. So we would have a drop down in a UI, for example, and we are storing constants. Vegan is 0, vegetarian is 1, and we store rating in a way that null values means neither of those. And to compute whether a pizza is vegan or vegetarian, we use Python, the Python all function, and we loop over a condition based on the toppings. So if all, again, it's vegan, if all toppings are vegan, and it's vegetarian, if all toppings are either vegan or vegetarian. Whoa, all right. So back to the code. This is how we would render the menu card. This is the query set here, and this is the template. We loop over them, and we see vegan or vegetarian next to each pizza. The code to load this data is in the repository if you want to have a look. And yeah, this is the menu. So let's go back to where we started and think in SQL. What SQL is powering this screen, this render template? And here we have the Django debug toolbar. And as you can see, for the pizza, we have the first query, and then the rest of the pizzas are basically getting the topics to get the rating for the pizza. And we have a lot of repeated queries there. So it's known as the n+1 or 1+n situation, which there is a link in the references which you can read more about there. So how do we go about fixing it? We follow what Django's docs tell us and retrieve everything at once, since we know that we will need it. And to do that, we just add prefetch related, and now all toppings are prefetched in one query. So we have two queries. So over a large data set, that would result in a massive gain. the Django debug toolbar also shows us the exact query and data that is retrieved for our request. So very good. How do we ensure that we do not lose this gain? And the answer Django provides is in its test case assert num queries. So this within this context here, we do the code, we run the code, and then we ensure that it never executes more than this amount, bypassing the amount of queries to assert num queries. So that's very good. So we are profiling. We are doing. We are prefetching all data required in the minimum number of queries possible, and we are ensuring that we don't exceed that amount going forward. So what can we do? This is a result if you remove the prefetch related. This is how the task breaks. So how do we ensure? What can we do more than that? And in this case, we follow this suggestion here. We do database work in the database rather than in Python. So previously, we have on the pizza model, we have the is vegan and is vegetarian, which have a loop and it's looping over all toppings and then calling the all function to determine whether a pizza is vegan or vegetarian. But since vegan is a subset of vegetarian and vegetarian is a subset of all toppings, we can model this data differently, remove the null constraint, and it will be a straightforward migration because we change all values from null to 2. And then rather than looping, we get the max rating of the toppings for a pizza's toppings. So that should be one query. This is how it looks like. So these will be removed. And now we are using another aspect of Django's ORM. We are now using annotate. We are using conditional expressions, case when, to determine is vegan at query set level and is vegetarian at query set level. Notice how using a manager results in dry, that is, do not repeat yourself. And we can also now access is vegan at query set level. This makes a big difference if, for example, you're using Django REST framework and filter sets, because now you can order by or filter on those fields. The crux of this is that we have max rating, which is the maximum rating for a pizza, for a pizza's toppings, and it is accessed by the many-to-many relationship toppings here and its extended field here. So very good, all good, right? Let's see what SQL it generates. And the SQL is this. And yeah, I noticed that it might be too small there, but the big problem here is that it might not be a problem if the data set is small, but on large data sets. So let me ask you a question. Who here has been bitten by outer joins in SQL? All right, a handful, a handful, all right. But so for those who haven't been bitten by outer joins yet, when you have a large data set and you try to join table, which the query planner doesn't know how to join because there are no immediate keys between the two tables, then outer joins are done. And here in the explain, we see a hash aggregate. This is a Postgres SQL query plan, and the hash aggregate uses a temporary hash table to group records. It does not require a pre-sorted data set, and instead it uses large amounts of memory to materialize the intermediate result. And it's not pipelined. What that means, so to cut short, the effect of this is you would see your database instances CPU go to 100% and your site becoming unresponsive. And you will see HTTP 544 server timeout. So was this the thing we have done before? Was this a premature optimization? And let's get back to thinking in SQL. And it isn't, because this should be doable without left outer joins. How can we do it without left outer joins? This is what we think as a many-to-many relationship, but it does not exist in reality, because in reality we have an intermediate table for any many-to-many relationship, which in Django it's called the true table, THROUGH. So with the true table, since this true table, basically it has the pizza ID and the topping ID. So shouldn't it be possible to get the max topping here if we know the pizza ID here? And this, since the ID of the topping table is stored here, we do not really need a left outer join. We can do it via inner join. So to recap, where are we? We followed all Django's docs suggestions, but we ended up in a situation where the SQL generated by the ORM could be a performance issue. So now we are thinking back in SQL, not necessarily in Django, how to do this efficiently. And we want to use this relationship to get the inner join. And the tool I mentioned earlier, Manage PyShell, in this case, Manage PyShell Plus with Django extensions. The big benefit of using Python is that you can try the code and see the results immediately. And here, I am trying to get the max rating for a pizza using the true table. The true table is so pizza toppings is the many-to-many field. And the true table here accesses directly and allows you to make queries against the intermediate table directly. And this, in fact, returns the pizza toppings for our capricciosa here. And if I do an aggregate max rating on those toppings, we get 2. So notice that this, Paolo, your answer on Stack Overflow this morning was related to this query here. So how are we? So what does Django provide to be able to do this query and relate it to our outer query? And the answer is subqueries. And the Stack Overflow answer from Paolo this morning is documented here. Kind of someone asked earlier whether it's in the docs, and there is an example which is not identical but similar. It's here, and it's for the subquery class here, and another handy class that goes with the subquery class is the outer ref class, which refers to a key on the outer query. And in this case, it's the pizza ID, because we want to relate the query on pizza toppings, the intermediate table, with the outer query, which is querying pizza. So that's why here we use pizza ID. However, the first attempt never works. And in fact, I got an error. So I need to work it out differently. So again, thinking back in terms of data and SQL, if we order all results here, all toppings for the capricciosa, we order them by descending order on rating, since based on our algorithm, and get the first one of that result, that will always have our max rating, because 0 is vegan, 1 is vegetarian, and 2 is neither vegan nor vegetarian. If we get the highest one, it's always pizza's rating. So again, I tried to retrieve that, and this is the shell I was trying to arrive at a solution. If we get the latest and we order by descending, so not the latest, sorry, we order by descending order on rating and get the first one, we get 2, which is 2 is non-vegan, non-vegetarian for this case. And the resulting SQL, again, we don't see any left outer joins. It's an inner joins from the intermediate table here to the topping table. So again, can we just put this query in the subquery? And the answer in this case is yes, it works. So here we see the subquery, the conditionals are still here, is vegan and is vegetarian. Max rating uses the subquery, and it gets, and we see in the resulting SQL that there are no outer joins. So the results are all inner joins. And by profiling, we can see this is a Postgres-specific plan. This time, the hash aggregate is gone, and instead we have hash joins. Hash joins are much faster because they work with an intersection of the data. The data, it's using IDs, so it's pre-ordered. So it's the fastest way we can join data. Or at least, I'm not sure it's the fastest, but it's much faster than the other one. And this
it's from personal experience. This is what can bring the site back up. If we look at the changes, so let's say that the site was unresponsive because of this data retrieval issue, and the PR comes in, and notice how little changed. And even we didn't even need to change the tests, because the tests, while they were helpful in allowing me to arrive at a solution, they were checking for the correctness. That is, that I didn't break anything in how vegan and vegetarian are computed, and that the same amount of queries was being done. But while the same amount of queries is being done, this is much more efficient. And this brings me to the point of the talk, which is to be mindful about the SQL, because yes, the Django ORM makes it much easier to just write your Python code and not. I do this myself. I forget a lot of the time about the SQL it generates. And that's why I once brought the system, the site I was working on, down with a newly added left-outer join. So what have we done during this? What have we gone through? And we did relational modeling, taking query into consideration. We used model managers to achieve do not repeat yourself in logic. So the logic we don't need to repeat these vegetarian anywhere in the code base. It's just on the query set. We used a lot of Django ORM good parts. Here, prefetch related, conditional expressions, the true table. We used certain queries. And together, all these, they give us, in my opinion, very, very fine-grained control over the SQL that is generated. We didn't need to use raw SQL at any point. And as mentioned by Paulo earlier this morning, raw SQL has its downsides. The docs go through them. If you want to read more, the docs, the Django docs, not the references of my talk. They allow us, these functions allow us to achieve dry and not repeat logic around the code base, and they allow us to test that logic. And if we already have a continuous integration pipeline that goes automatically, even though we're testing SQL, that goes automatically in with the rest of our unit tests. So the conclusion is, know your SQL. It's easier said than done. As I said, it's very easy to start writing. Django is the framework for perfectionists with deadlines. If you have the ORM tool, you just want to use it and get things done. After all, we are makers, to make your thing. But it's very important to know your SQL, because, as I discussed earlier, it has been the common a part of the tech stack for applications for decades now. So, yeah. These are the references for the talks about things that, due to time constraints, I wouldn't discuss as part of this talk. And for the future, I wish you 0 left-outer joins and a lot of inner joins. So, thanks, Samil. Thanks, Benjamin, and thanks, Klaus. Where is he?
Yeah, thank you. Right on time. Not according to the schedule, but we started 5 minutes later,
Yeah.
so we have 5 minutes for questions. And you go first, audience. Way in the back.
Yeah, you mentioned one of the things you said was this isn't going to break any tests when you fix that. What if I then want to test the break in case someone comes along later and says, "Why is this so complicated? Let's do max and swap it back again." Is there a good way of testing to say we reverse it to hash aggregate? Or?
My God,
Okay, so
I don't have
the question is, can we test that people don't somehow like revert our optimizations? Other developers, I mean.
Unfortunately, I don't have an answer. I would put a comment, and that's I would put a comment. But yes, it looks complicated because it's a one-line change, and then it's several lines and the subquery. It's true. It's a very, very good question. There is no. I don't know of an easy way to guard against that. other than a comment, please, with caps. Exactly.
I'll add a note. Sometimes inner joins are also like horrible.
Yep.
If you have a few million rows in both sides, it just kills everything.
Yeah, but in this case, the specific one, it should speed things up.
Yeah,
because
there is they added a new work clause on the inner left joins in Django, which is also super useful. So you can do filters on joins themselves.
Yep. I didn't have space to.
But you have a blog post.
There is
with
a
all
blog
the
post, but it's not
examples.
necessarily on this. It's a basis for a part of this.
Yeah.
It evolved over because it's 2 years old.
A good way to get started with these concepts. The blog post and this talk. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the Django docs provide a very good job as well. But again, they don't go into this edge case kind of where you expect things to work, and you still need, if you want your SQL, in some cases you need to know your SQL.
Yes. There is a question there. There is two. Way in the back first.
The ORM has come on leaps and bounds over the years since its relatively humble beginnings, to the point where raw SQL is, as you say, a last resort. When would you find yourself wanting to make use of raw SQL at this point? Is there a threshold where you find it easier?
So the question is if there is a threshold that can guide you when it's easier to use raw SQL.
I would try to avoid it as much as possible. There are downsides, as Paolo mentioned earlier. There's the injection issue, and I think even though it can return as a query set, there are some aspects of it. It's not exactly the same. So the question is more a human and project specific answer. So if your project, you can't afford to spend 1 day trying to do this without resorting to raw SQL, then if you hit that time limit and you have the SQL, then you might just go with the SQL and add a ticket for the next iteration. You know how we work. We have deadlines. Not unfortunately, sometimes it's good to have deadlines, because then you might do optimization that is not worthwhile. So it's more of a human concern, and depending on your situation.
And there was another question in the back. Yeah.
Hi. I've noticed that newer developers don't really learn that much of SQL anymore, especially the people who are so used to ORMs. So they sort of like don't even realize maybe what all the SQL is doing. Do you have tips for people who have not learned SQL thanks to ORMs or whatever to get started on this?
Really good question about new developers that may not know SQL but use the ORM for the first time. How can they learn SQL?
So yeah, as I mentioned, it's great to have Django provide us with the ORM because it speeds things up and makes things, the interface between Python code and the relational database, it makes it way better than if you're suddenly seeing SQL code embedded in your Python code. It's a bit of a cognitive dissonance. So I don't really have a suggestion. The fact that I've been coding for over 15 years, I did code store procedures in my initial. So that's how I know my SQL. So the way I learned it is because I had to. But if they what do I suggest? It has to be out of interest, and maybe using Django with tools as the debug toolbar, and you can monitor the SQL that is being then in order to understand what the Django debug toolbar is printing on the screen, then you have to start understanding. And then when you see the different times, why does this query take 4 seconds and the other one takes less than a second? Then with those questions, you start investigating. But if you're working on a Django project, that's the only, you won't tell your boss, listen, I want 1 day I will be learning SQL rather than working on the project. It's not doable.
And someone mentioned earlier pair programming. That can be a really good case for
if-
pair programming, to sit down and
Yeah,
look at the SQL
absolutely, absolutely.
together.
And if you're in a team, that's a big benefit.
Yeah. There's there's competing hands. I'll try this one.
Just a quick comment to it. It's like, for me, it helped a lot using like tools that are query plan analyzers, right, that explain the query plan to you, because it can be very daunting the first time you look at the output of explain analyze or something.
Yeah.
And there's those tools where you input it and it tells you exactly what these things are. Like they're just online if you look at the query plan.
Yeah, whenever I use a query plan analyzer, I end up Googling, because I always forget what the terms mean. So hash aggregate, I put the definition there, even for myself as a presenter, to remember exactly what it is, so that I can explain it during the talk. So it's not, I don't know those things by heart, and probably no one does.
Yeah. So a tip to use query analyzers to understand the SQL.
And to be okay with not understanding things all the time.
So question there, Johannes.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, I've also seen the opposite case, where people who come from a different background, like many years of SQL, they think in SQL, and so they go into Django and they, like, know a little bit about the ORM, but say, actually, I'll just throw some raw SQL in there. Really easy for me to understand, but really difficult for everybody else to understand. And isn't that like you have to have like a balance? Like, yeah, maybe you can make it 0.001 second faster, but you also eat up every other developer's time trying to understand your raw SQL that you throw in
Who will maintain it?
Yeah, exactly. And like, where do you put the balance?
So like same question as earlier, but the opposite way. Like if you're just coding in SQL, how can you find out that you should actually maybe switch to the ORM?
So just to add a bit of my own personal trajectory, I went from MySQL and a lot of stored procedures in Oracle. This was back in 2006, 2007, to Django. And it was my first time using an ORM. So at first, that's what I tried to do, what you mentioned, that is write SQL. Why do I need an ORM? It's slowing me down. Actually, it was SQL Alchemy at the time, because it wasn't Django, it was TurboGers. It was another Python web framework at the time, before I started using Django. So yeah, I felt like it was hindering me. And I understand that, but the project, if it's a Django project, this is a Django conference, we write Django most of the time. And nowadays, the prevalence is that people write Django. So you don't want SQL, and as I mentioned, you want to write tests for all the code you write, because if, you want to test also the clauses that you write, even though in terms of coverage, one test will cover all cases. But ideally, you build with the Django packages like Factory Boy and Baker. It's very easy to build data and then ensure that the logic in your queries works for that data. And so the answer is kind of you have to migrate you have to have mind shift. I don't know if it's the right term, from writing everything in SQL to this is a Django application. I will use what Django provides, and as I've shown in this talk, Django provides the ORM is very feature complete, in my opinion.
There is time for one more question, which is from this gentleman here.
Yes. Sometimes the Django team are not the owner of the SQL. For instance, there's a business division with the data maintainers, and they'll kind of set out how to use the databases. Would you give your thoughts on that?
So your thoughts on database maintainers in the role of the like expanded use of the ORM?
Yes, when the Django project is not the owner of the database.
Yeah. So the case here, if I will repeat so that I make sure that we understand each other. We have a data team and we have a web or applications team. So the applications team is doing Django, and the data team owns the database. So they have to talk to each other because the code, the application team will generate the SQL that is run. And no matter how many indexes you make, if something is suboptimal, the indexes become a suboptimal solution. You might, because I saw a lot of in working, you see a lot of approaches like caching at different levels, and also a lot of indexes, which sometimes are overkill. When your SQL could be written, the original statement without any bells and whistles can be simplified or made to work more efficiently. So the idea here is, whether you have a data team or not, is to make sure that the SQL is the most efficient. In that case, yeah, they have to talk to each other and define who is responsible at the end of the day, because if both of them are not responsible, or if both of them are responsible, which means none of them are,
maybe we can initiate that conversation with them and not wait for them.
Exactly,
They're
that's
probably
an
angry when
idea.
they
Yeah, we
call us.
as the Django part, right?
Yeah. So we don't have
Good
time
question,
for we don't have time for any more questions because we have a cake break. I think it is ready. Water break. Water break, not cake break. There's an egg. Yeah. Thanks. I'm unmuted and you're unmuted. Yep. So I'm really happy to. Oh, that one needs to be muted though. Great. So I'm super happy to be able to introduce Marius as the release maintainer of Django currently and working as Django Fellowship. You're going to share a talk with us about something that, despite having used migrations for a long, long time, we might have missed something, some superpowers.
We will see.
Yes, big hand to Marius.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me, both in person here in Copenhagen and remotely all over the world. I just wanted to say that it's really amazing to meet Django after the last 3 years, which have been quite difficult to all of us. This talk will discuss one of the secret power of Django migrations. But it's definitely not widely used and not well known. I should start from introducing myself. My name is Mariusz Felisiak. I'm a member of the Django security and operations team. I'm also a Django contributor, a Django 3.1 and 4.0 release manager, and a Django fellow since 2019. So if you have any questions about the Django Fellowship Program, about the Django Software Foundation, or about Django itself, don't hesitate to ask after this talk. You can find me on Twitter and on GitHub if you want. This will be my first Django talk ever, so please be understanding. The migrations framework has been a part of Django since version 1.7. It is a way of propagating changes in models into your database. And I think that we'll all agree that it's basically awesome. It was a big step in making web development in Django more accessible because the migrations framework and its ancestor, the South package, caused web developers to no longer had to know, to no longer had to write, and to no longer had to maintain SQL statements with data definitions. And maintaining SQL statements can be really painful, but that's how it was in old days. Over the past 15 years, I've written a lot of SQL statements with data definitions. Fortunately, you don't need to do this anymore, at least in most of cases. The standard workflow for changing your data definition has 3 steps. First, make a change. In this case, we are adding a new model called Mountain to our test app. Second step is to generate a new migration file by running the make migrations command. A new migration file which describes changes that we made in models and changes that are needed in the database structure. They are not exactly the same, so we have here 2 different layers, changes in models and changes in a database structure, and differences between them will be quite crucial for this talk. The last step is to propagate changes into your database by running the migrate command. At the point, we already have a new table in the database. How our migration file is structured. The generated migration file contains the list of dependencies. For example, the previous migration names, the list of operations to perform. In our case, we have create model, and whether it is a first initial migration or not, via the initial flag. This is the first initial migration. That's why the initial flag is set to true. So far, so good. But the question is what to do with changes. Business requirements change every day. We want to add new features, want to change the existing ones, we want to remove features between versions, etc. Changes in an app logic are causing changes in models and, at the end, also the database structure. Luckily for us, almost all of them are handled really efficiently by migrations. And we are trying to improve this in every version of Django. In Django 4.0, we improved the detection of noob operations. Operations such as changing field attributes that do not affect column definitions. So for such operations, we generate, for such changes, we generate operations in migrations, but in the same time, no SQL statements are issued. We generate operations because the migration framework on its own, it's able and must be able to recreate models at any point in their life cycle without checking our model's definition. That's why it's so important to reflect all changes that we made in models in the migration framework and describe them in subsequent operations. That's how migrations are able to recreate models at any point in their life cycle. So we generate operations, but no SQL statements are issued for such changes. Unfortunately, there are some specific transitions that do not play nice with Django flow. So there are changes that seem painless when we look at raw SQL, but in the same time are problematic from the Django point of view. Maybe problematic is a wrong word. Changes that cannot be handled automatically in the most efficient way. Let's take a look at a simplified example of such change. Suppose that you have a climbing site. A climbing site that provides information about climbers and their ascents. Nothing fancy. 3 models. One for mountains, one for climbers, and one for ascents, with a many-to-many relation between climbers and mountains via the ascent model. So we have a custom true intermediate table called ascent. We have a custom true table because it has an extra flag called confirm, which stores whether this climb is confirmed or not. We've maintained this site for many years. We've collected data about hundreds of thousands of ascents. And at some point of time, we realized that we don't have many unconfirmed ascents. And to be honest, we don't need them. They are not used anywhere on our site. So we would like to remove them from the database. But also, we would like to simplify our model definition by removing the custom true table, by removing the custom true model called ascent. Because without the confirm flag, it will contain only 2 foraging keys, one for climber and one for mountain. So exactly the same as Django would use for auto-generated intermediate table. So without the confirm flag, it is completely unnecessary. And of course, we would like to simplify our model definition and remove it. In the first step, we're going to remove all unconfirmed ascents from the database to make this confirm flag unnecessary. We could do this by run the delete statement directly in the database. But of course, we'd like to keep this in migrations, do this in Python, and use the powerful Django ORM. When we want to keep data migrations in the migrations framework, we need to create a new blank migration to which we will add data migrations. For that, to create a new blank migration, we can use the empty flag to make migrations command to generate a new blank migration. A new blank migration that will be well structured, that will be structured as a migration file. In order to follow good practices and to avoid migration names based on timestamps, I recommend to always pass the name flag when we want to generate a new blank migration file. I passed remove not confirmed ascents, which makes it clear what this migration will do. That's how our blank migration looks like. As we can see, dependencies are already filled, and we have an empty list of operations. An empty list of operations to which we will add run Python. Run Python is a special operation which allows to run Python code in migrations. So with run Python, we will be able to use the ORM to filter out unconfirmed ascents and remove them without writing any raw SQL. And that's our main goal at this step. This is a ready-to-go migration. We added run Python to the list of operations. Run Python accepts 2 arguments, code and reverse code. Code, it is a function to be run when this operation is being applied, and reverse code, it is a function to be run when this operation is being rolled back. In this step, in this case, we don't need unconfirmed ascents, so we don't need to make this step reversible. We just want to get rid of unconfirmed ascents. In such cases, we can use a special hook that is defined in around Python. It's called noop, and it's basically does nothing. It's a noop, but it is a perfect shortcut when transition from one direction or an opposite direction is a noop. Functions that are passed to code and to reverse code must accept 2 arguments, absent schema editor. It's extremely important to always use models written from apps get model method and not imported directly from models. It's important because we need to use model from a certain point in its life cycle and not its current version. It's important because in a subsequent migration, we want to remove confirmed flag, so this filter will not be valid anymore. And at the end, we want to get rid of the ascent model, so it will not even be importable from models. That's why it's so important to always use model from a certain point in its life cycle and not current version. When we have model, we can filter out unconfirmed ascents and delete them. Now we have only confirmed ascents in the database, and confirmed flag in the ascent model is completely unnecessary. We can use a standard flow to remove it. So first remove confirmed field from the ascent model, then run make migrations and migrate. At this point, we have the ascent model with exactly the same structure as Django would use for auto-generated intermediate table. So it only has 2 foraging keys, one for climbers and one for mods, and nothing else. The main question is how to persuade Django that the appropriate structure is already there, and there is not much to do. And the only thing that we need to do is to rename table that is currently exists for the ascent model to a name that Django expects for auto-generated intermediate table. My answer for this question is a special and extremely powerful operation, which I want to encourage you to use. It's called separate database and state. It has quite long, but self-explanatory name. It allows to separate database and project state. So it allows to separate changes that are recognized by Django as being made in models from changes that are needed in the database structure. So it allows us to persuade Django that Django recognizes as being made in models were applied as it expects, but in the same time use optimized database operations to make tricky or sometimes even impossible transitions more feasible. Before we'll use it, let's take a step back and see what Django will do with our change. This is the diff. We want to get rid of the custom true table, so we remove the ascent model, and we also remove the true parameter from our many-to-many field. These changes, these 2 changes, literally describe what we want to do, but that's not exactly the entire change, because we don't want to remove data from the database. We don't want to get rid of all data about us and that we collected over years. We want to keep them in a perfect world, keep them in the same place without any data migrations, without intermediate steps. We would like to do this in the most efficient way, but in the same time, these two changes describe literally what we need to do. Unfortunately, Django does not know our intentions, so it will interpret these changes literally. Make migrations generate 2 operations: alter field ascent on the climber model because we removed the true parameter, and delete model ascent because that's exactly what we did. Of course, that is not exactly what we want to do because we want to keep data in the same place. Let's think about it. Is this even possible to handle changes in the true parameter automatically? All changes in the true parameter would require multiple SQL statements, because true parameter describes a table that links to other tables. So even in the simplest case, we need to create new intermediate table, migrate data from the old structure to a new one, and remove the old structure. So this transition would require at least 3, 5, 7. It depends on circumstances. Intermediate steps, and at least few SQL statements. Transitions that require multiple SQL statements are complicated and they are error prone. There is also an open question about atomacy. In some databases, as PostgreSQL, you cannot mix DDL statements with data migrations in the same table, in the same atomic transaction. So we would be forced to create intermediate steps to perform this change. This flow does not sound really reliable, and it's not. And Django called itself a web framework for perfectionists. So what Django could do? Raise an exception. So value error is raised when you try to change true parameter. When you try to change true parameter on many-to-many field. So Django leaves user to deal with it on its own, because when you know specific circumstances, when you know when you have an extra information about this relation, you can make this feasible. You may know that you don't have any data in this intermediate table, so it's easier to remove it and change this relation to this relation. You may know that you can afford for a long downtime to make this 5 or 3 or 7 steps one by one without creating any intermediate steps. You can afford for a long downtime. It's fine for you. In such cases, it's also feasible. You can do this in multiple steps. For example, you can create a new relation with some temporary name, move data from the old relation to a new one, remove the old relation, remove the ascent table, and at the end rename the new relation from a temporary name to a name that we previously used. So it's feasible. It's feasible to do this in multiple steps. Of course, I would like to be smarter than that, and it can be smarter than that with using separate database and state. We want to synchronize project states and database state in the most efficient way. And we can do this with separate database. We can use it to persuade Django that the ascent model has been removed, that the assets relation has been altered to use auto-generated intermediate, and in the same time use database operations to rename the table that is currently used for the ascent model to a table that Django expects for auto-generated intermediate table. That's how the migration a migration file generated by Django looks like. So we have 2 operations: alter field ascents, because we remove the 2 parameter, and delete model ascent. We know that they cannot be performed, and we don't really want to do this. But in the same time, these 2 operations literally describe changes that we made in models. So what we can do, we can use them in separate database and state. We can wrap them in this special operation and move them to a state operations to persuade Django that these 2 changes were made, expect, but in the same time use database operations to rename the existing table. That's how it looks. Like. We moved these 2 operations to state operations, and in the database operations we added run SQL. Run SQL is quite similar to run Python. It also accepts 2 arguments, SQL and reverse SQL. And in this case, we added a row SQL to rename the table for the ascent model to a name that Django expects for auto-generated intermediate table. One missing part are names for table for the ascent model and for auto-generated intermediate table. We can inspect them by checking meta. So climber is our model, ascents our many-to-many relation. True, when we do not define true table, then Django implicitly creates many-to-many intermediate table and many-to-many model for us. So true is a model. And as for any other model, we can inspect meta and check DB table. That's how we figure out that Django for this auto-generated intermediate table expect test up climber ascents table. We could do this. The same for the ascent model, but we already remove it. So as a fallback, we can use SQL migrate command to check the old migration file, in which we added the ascent model. And as we can see, there is an operation. There is a SQL statement described as create model ascent, and we have a table name test up ascents. So we have both names. Now we can use them in separate database and state, and everything is ready. We have a migration that describes potentially not feasible transition in the most efficient way. So without any data migration, that's economic with minimum downtime, and it's even reversible. You can ask if that's maybe an edge case that this special operation covers. Of course not. There are plenty of other use cases. An opposite transition, so changing a many-to-many field to use true model, it's even described in Django docs. We have at least few changes in project states that do not require any database changes, like modernizing your indexes or constraints definition from the old way with using index together, unique together, DB index, or unique flags to a new meta indexes and meta constraints. So we don't want indexes, we don't want to recreate them, we don't want to rename them in the same place, and we can do this with using separate database. It's described in details in Adam Johnson blog post. It's also a great solution for moving models between, because it's also not obvious how to do this. When you want to move model from a source app to a target app, then you can use separate database and state to simply first move it, then generate migrations on a source app, move removed model operation to a state operations, and in the database operations, use rename to rename it from a name expected for a model in a target app, and in a target app do the same. Thank you very much. I would say that it's not necessary for most of users. And secondly, it would require to generate 2 migrations in a single step, and then users would need to control that they deploy only the first one to instances, and then leave the second one for a second step, yeah, for example. So it would be tricky.
And you are the release maintainer also.
I cannot allow.
Any more questions? Yes, in the front.
Yeah. You showed to us that you made a first migration to delete some rows with true values on the Boolean field, and then you made the second one. But do you recommend to separate these, or you can also make all the steps in one migration? So there is pros and cons on this.
I made it that way because in some databases it's not possible. Yeah, on PostgreSQL you cannot delete rows from a table and in the same atomic transaction remove a column from this table. It's simply so PostgreSQL does not allow for that. That's why I split it into multiple steps.
I think there was another question. Yes?
When doing data migrations with Python, it's really annoying sometimes that it's impossible to use properties on models. Sometimes you have to repeat a whole bunch of code because you have a property which calculates some value or something, but they're not available inside the Python. Will that ever be changed so properties are usable in Python migration?
Aha, so if I understand the question correctly, you cannot access special properties methods inside the run Python. Yes, and will that be possible someday?
So you cannot access them for exactly this reason that I mentioned in this talk, that the migration framework does not use models definitions from models. Yeah, it recreates model each time by inspecting migration files. So properties are not available when you are doing this that way. So keeping so to make this work, we need to keep properties in migrations because they may not be, for example, backward compatible. Yeah, you may in properties use fields that are not exist anymore, or you may change these properties in their life cycle. So
it sounds difficult.
Really difficult.
Any more questions? Yes.
Yeah, just continuing that. Couldn't we have an operation to add properties to the migration state?
So the question
like
is,
tell the migrations that this model has this function.
theoretically, can migrations be aware of methods of models?
So I would say that that's exactly the same issue as we have when we, for example, squash migrations.
Yeah.
When you squash migration, then you also cannot. So you need to manually backport functions that you use in migrations that were squashed. Yeah. So here we will have exactly the same issue, that keeping properties in migrations would be as complicated as keeping any other functions in migrations. So we need to have a way to serialize them somehow. Yeah.
So you're also saying that you're kind of free to go yourself and put those in your migration files, and then you can use them. Yeah, I saw that you used this run Python noob function that I thought was really clever. But is there any best practice around these reversible, non-reversible? Sometimes I feel bad that I'm actually causing data loss by removing a field and then pretending nothing happens if people go the other way. Is there an exception you can also throw?
So it depends. in a case like I described in this talk, it was not necessary. In some cases, it's possible even in run Python to recreate remote things because, for example, they can rely on some other properties or models. Like, for example, in built-in migrations, we have a content type migration that is also reversible, but it's quite tricky to reverse it. When we change columns I don't remember, in permissions at some point in Django. So it also, we change from 2 columns to 1 column, then it is reversible in Django. This step is reversible, so it recreated again. But it's hard to achieve. I would say that if it's feasible, then we should make any step reversible.
All right. Yeah, there isn't any more time for questions now, but thank you so much, Marius.
Thank you.
We're gonna see if we can make a direct change without any break at all. And you is getting ready. We'll need to get microphone on and cable in and so on. I can see the Emil is rushing up here to help.
Yes, please. The internet. It needs a cake break, the internet. You are the obstacle between the cake. Maybe this will be good. Put it somewhere, and then we will do a little bit of a sound test. All right, Johan?
Do you want to open it before we start? You can do it with one hand.
One, two, 1, 2.
Yes, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Can I say 1, 2?
1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing.
Can you try again?
1, 2, 1, 2.
Can you hear?
Testing.
Yes.
10 people in the back. Here. Will. Good. Awesome. Thank you.
Good on that as well.
All right. Then we are ready for the next talk. Welcome, Lewis, all the way from Finland. Thanks for joining us, not for your first ever Django Day talk, but actually for the second one. One virtual, one physical now. I think we should give Lewis a warm welcome.
Hi, everybody. It's been such a wonderful day. A really great
just not updating on the internet. Can you please go here and then share, stop sharing, and then start sharing again? Yes, please. Thank you. How does that look, Mass?
Try to go next slide. Yeah, I was.
All right, that. Then we go there. Does it update now? Good. So like I said, I want to know a little bit about you. So if you have ever written a bug, please raise your hand, even if it didn't make it into production. Yes. To the internet viewers, everybody raised their hand. And I think that's expected. As software developers, I think it's impossible not to write bugs. Software is complex. Translating abstract kind of business ideas into technical details is not one-to-one mapping. It's a challenging venture. And if you've ever written a bug, or you've worked with a code base with other people's bugs, you've probably had to do a little bit of debugging at some point. My name is Juhis, and during the day, I work as a developer advocate at a company called Futurist. And kind of an accidental part of my job is that I end up helping a lot of developers debug stuff because I tend to have a lot of extra time. So people come to me to kind of use me as a sounding board, figure out what kind of problems they have. I've also been teaching programming and coaching juniors for the past decade. And in both of these kind of circumstances, I've noticed a certain lack of skill in debugging. And that's why I wanted to do this talk and hopefully give you some tools and ideas for how to become good at it. I also happen to be a big board game enthusiast, and I'm going to be in Copenhagen for the weekend. So if somebody wants to get together tomorrow or Sunday, grab some beers, play some board games, I brought a bunch of my favorites with me. Hit me up after the conference. So debugging is something that most people don't really like. For me, it's one of my favorite parts of software development. But it is usually a negative thing because it is associated with stress. Debugging only happens when something goes wrong. And when something goes wrong, things get stressful. And stress is almost never a good thing. And there are a couple of reasons for that. One is the deadlines. Like was mentioned in the previous talk, we live in a real world. We have deadlines. Things need to happen. And if you get a bug on Friday afternoon, maybe sitting on the back row of a conference, and you get a call, things are not working. It is stressful. You end up trying to figure something out. We also have a lot of internal expectations. This industry is kind of plagued with imposter syndrome. Am I good enough? Did I write this bug because I'm not good enough? Or am I expected to solve this problem much quicker than I can? And that can be stressful. We also have external expectations from our team, our manager, the client, the end user. Everybody wants things to run smoothly, to work as intended, and that can cause a lot of stress to us. And when we deal with debugging, it is the unknown that is stressful. I don't know why my code doesn't work, because if I knew, I would have already fixed it. So when you enter debugging, you don't know what you're doing, and you have all these other things that expect you to make things happen. mindset and an approach that makes you effective in debugging. Couple of things I'm not going to talk about today that are kind of related are things like testing, monitoring, logging. I think they are essential part of the entire process. But I think they happen around the discovery process, that is debugging. So let's start with the fundamentals. The first and the most important thing when you encounter a bug is to stop. We have this tendency that when we get something like a bug, we want to fix it as quick as possible, especially if it's Friday afternoon. We want to rush into it because we want this nasty negative thing out from our lives. But I think we all know deep down that rushing into things just makes more problems. You might make a hack that fixes that bug, but it might introduce a couple of others down the line. Or at least create tech debt in form of bad code. So even when things are stressful, you need to stop, take a breath, in and out, and assess the situation. It's not the end of the world. It's not the most crucial moment. And kind of collect yourself, be analytical, be calm, and approach things as you would any other part of software development. And the next thing is to start from the end. And this is the thing that I see most often when I help people develop debug. They struggle with this idea. Because as software developers, the code editor is our world. That's where we live in. So it's natural for us to reach into that. Oh, I see a bug in the front end. Let me open the code editor and look at the code. And like Will said in his talk, you end up putting 20 breakpoints and not figuring out like which one it is or not finding out where the problems is kind of cumbersome. So the next step is to use the debugger. In Python 3.7 onwards, you can invoke it with the breakpoint, and before that, with the BDB module. And what it does, it allows you to stop the execution, move around your code, go through it step by step, execute things, inspect things, and you don't need to be bouncing back and forth every time you want to see something new. It comes with a couple of commands, like list, that lets you see where you are, especially handy if you have those 20 breakpoints and you need to know which one caused it. But it also gives you kind of an overview of that part of the code. What happened just before? What's going to happen next? It has commands for moving one step forward, one step backwards. And you get a really granular kind of insights into the execution of the code. Another favorite command of mine is args, which prints all the arguments that your function got at that point. Because if you just look at the code, you might be able to kind of reason that this code does what it should do. And then quite often, the thing is that you might get unexpected arguments to that function. So args just gives you an overview on those. And then it acts as a REPL, basically. You can run any Python expressions. You can inspect variables. You can run complete functions. You can change things, see how they work, what goes on. And debugger is a really, really great tool because it gives you this kind of frozen moment in time to look into what's happening. What's the state? Where did we come from? Where are we going to? And quite often you can find the exact moment and the exact line where the bad thing happens. So it helps you narrow it down. And after that, it's up to you as a software developer to use your skills to fix it. I cannot teach you how to fix the bugs, but I can help you figure out where to find them. A while back, I found this really great snippet. If you're using Django with the templates, you can register a custom filter. In this case called BDB. And the only thing it does is that it gets an element, it runs a breakpoint, and then it returns it. So, if you have this registered in your app, and then you do something like this, you use the BDB filter for any kind of data in your templates, it will stop the execution. So you don't always have to go back into the view that is generating this template. But when you work on the front end, you can figure out, okay, I just want to make sure what this does. It's a very limited view because it only gives this function, which is basically one element. But it's much faster and nicer than having to find the right view, adding it there, going back, removing it. So it simplifies your life. The next step from the debugger, I think I counted that this is the third talk that mentions Django debug toolbar. I think it's a good sign. It's a great tool for helping people kind of investigate things on the browser. You saw a couple of examples in Joseph's talk. I just have a screenshot from the project itself. But basically, you get all sorts of information about your request, the SQL queries that got executed, which is really handy. You can see how long things take, and it gives you a lot of information, and it lives in your browser while you use your app in development. You can customize it to kind of match your needs, but kind of on its default configuration, it comes with a really nice some ideas and then give them a go. The first one is called Django Run DBG, for Run Debugger. And it's basically you replace the run server with this one. And I've been hearing a lot of good about it, especially when you use an API-driven development. So when you use Django REST framework, for example, it gives you a lot of tools to kind of get into the right spot in the backend on your debugger when you execute those API calls. And the other tool I learned even more, you can find more about it on the Octobot GitHub and on their website. They're the people who made it. And then we've heard a couple of things already today about how to kind of get the best out of your IDE, your editor. I'm the kind of developer who uses editor here, and then I use the terminal to run everything else. So I don't use a lot of IDEs and kind of integrated solutions. But I highly recommend investing time into learning your tools, whatever tools you use. This is a screenshot from PyCharm. I've never used it, but it seems to be very popular. It allows you to do debugger and breakpoints without writing any code. There's a great talk by Luciana about debugging Django in Visual Studio Code, making it easy to kind of debug, interact, do those things within your editor. And very recently, today, I learned about this app called Kolo, which really got me excited. For the people maybe watching this later, you should definitely watch Will's talk from a couple of hours ago, when he introduced Kolo with really cool visualizations, helping you understand the code. And this is why I love going to conferences, always learning something new. So those were the technical things, and then a couple of non-technical methods. And I think these are really, really important, but often overlooked. Because sometimes the best solution is not to be on the computer. The first one is called brain dump. And the idea with the brain dump is that our brain is rather limited by the things that we can keep in mind. We build mental models, we try to figure things out, but it gets kind of hard to keep everything in your head. So you take a pen and paper and you write down what is the problem in terms of not the code, but kind of what happened, what is the bug, how does it manifest. Then you write down your assumptions about it. I think it happens in this view, or I think it happens in this model, or this auxiliary tooling. You write down all the assumptions to get them out of your head. And you write down what you've actually tried. Not just the things that your brain is telling you that you tried, but try to make sure that you only write the things that you actually tried. Because our brain is quite magnificent, that it skips steps every now and then. It makes assumptions that, of course, I did that. Of course, I've tried turning it off and on again. But that should always be the first step. And the benefit of this brain dump is that we don't have to worry about remembering everything. It's somewhere written down. We can relax. We may take a break, maybe go for a walk, maybe take a nap, sleep over it overnight, go for a coffee with a colleague, and let your subconscious work on the problem. Human mind is really good at that. I got through university math by basically solving the homework while I was sleeping and then waking up and writing the solutions. Because I if you want to learn more about my employer, you can find that on futurist.com. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks to the world getting better that I actually made it here. And I think we're all pretty much ready for the cake. So, thank you.
Thanks so much, Luis. I think we should take at least a couple of questions. Yes. Is that slide for me? I know I mispronounced the cake break a couple of times. Yes.
It's the best motivator to be on time with your dog when it's just before the lunch or just before the cake.
Do we have a question from the audience? Yes.
You mentioned that you've been mentoring people in this kind of thing for a long, long time. Imagine that you don't know any of those tools, not even print, not the rubber duck, none of the things you covered. Which one has your experience led you to consider the best single one in terms of value for teaching someone?
So, which method? The question is one of the best, maybe the best in your experience, like very long experience to teach new developers to debug?
Yeah, I think there's two sides. I think the most efficient is the duck. Just casting the questions, forcing yourself to phrase your abstract, kind of incomplete idea of the problem into concrete words. But if I'm teaching somebody or mentoring somebody, I would say always start with the print, because it's the most it's the easiest one to learn. It's something that pretty much every developer does at some point. It's pretty much the first thing we learn. And it is something that doesn't require you to learn complex things and understand a lot about the kind of complexities and hidden things within the code. But it just gives you an understanding of what is happening right now at this right point. And it is especially powerful, not just because we don't know, but worse, we think that we know. So we have assumptions about the state and the data, and it's super important to kind of shut them down as quickly as possible. So for me, it's a rubber duck asking questions. To give an idea to somebody new, just put a lot of print statements everywhere.
And another question. Yes.
Yeah, so Johannes, I've also, for the last year, I've been teaching a Python course, and I also taught my students to use the print, extensively because it's easy. But apparently on TikTok, there's a whole meme on like, my teacher told me never to use print or console log, but I still did it. And I wonder where that comes from. Like it's considered dirty, or like it's there's something that's just, you're not a real developer if you ever use print. And I had a hard time explaining to my students like why is this considered bad practice?
It's a really good question. So the question is, why is the print statement considered bad practice in debugging?
Yeah, I think it probably comes from this idea that the code that ends up in production needs to be as clean as possible, and kind of leaving any print statements in the production code is kind of considered kind of not great, or not kind of pure code. It's not great. So I think it stems from that. And they kind of, we need to understand that there's two different cases. There's putting something in the production code and putting debuggers or print statements inside the code to be taken away. But I think it also comes from, like, if you make a pull request and you've left the console log in JavaScript, or you've left the print in Python, somebody will probably tell you that, like, no, take it out, like, remove this. Not maybe the other party understanding why. I'm not in TikTok, so I don't know about the good TikTok memes. I'm happy to learn about that. But yeah, I think it's this kind of also at the different state and the kind of level of maturity as write a comment about what does it do and how does it do it and why does it do that. But as you become more senior and you kind of understand the code, I think you should leave the comments for kind of like the why. Because the code answers what and how. So it's this kind of, we need to do different things at the different stage of our careers and kind of developer journey. And I hope that us, as the senior developers, we remember to be kind and understanding to juniors making these kind of things. And not kind of point blank say that this is bad, but explaining them why you don't want certain type of things in production, but it's okay to use them in development.
And nowadays we have Linda's pre-commit. We can actually use the print state and not be afraid that it ends up in production. Yeah. I think that will have to be the last question, as we try to maybe gain 5 minutes of the delay. First of all, before the cake break, big hand for US. Secondly, before the cake break, big hand to Caroline for really, really working hard. Thank you very much. And we'll try to be back again 5 minutes past 4. So just with a 5-minute delay then. All right. It is cake this time, right?
brewery specializes in like making beer not in just like not in a sustainable way, but more in the humane way, and making sure that everyone is okay. And if you have a bad day, call in, you're sick, right? So if you can work 20% of the time, you can get a job in this company. But they just try to make sure that everyone is okay and get a chance to get a job instead of sitting home and feeling not so good. You might have a depression, and some days you are good, and some days you are less good, and there is room for that in this company. So that's the beer we're going to have this afternoon. With these name badges, if you flip them around, there is a little like guide to how to plant the name badges. So this is like a biodegradable paper that is like recycled paper, and inside there is seeds. Some have flower seeds, some have tomato plant seeds. You just need to remember to take the name tag off. It should be very easy to peel off. Some I can see almost falling off by themselves. But yeah, take them off and then plant them when you get home. Then you have a memory from today. Yeah, the key hangers, they're like recycled plastic, and yeah, so we've tried to do like a little bit to make sure that we don't put too much of a footprint on the environment, and then help the society by getting beer from the right place and the food from somewhere where they try to reduce like food waste and these sort of things. So I just wanted to mention that, because in the DjangoCon we did the DjangoCon Europe, we spent a lot of time in like making sure that like even we didn't have real like glassware. We had cups where you wrote your name on, such that we reduced the amount of water for like washing, etc., etc. So back at that conference, we spent like a lot of energy on making sure that our like footprint on the environment wasn't like too big, because conferences are not good for like, you know, flying around. You can catch the train instead of the plane, and so forth. So I just want to like, you know, mention it. Remember the environment, and remember that some people might not, you know, have good days every day. So yeah, that's all.
Thanks, Emil.
You're welcome. And just yeah.
All right. Without further ado, Johannes joining us from Lund, from another country, but not so far away this time.
80 kilometers, I think.
Yeah, 80 kilometers. And Johannes is talking about Ubuntu Snaps, but in relation to that, Fidus writer, I would just say I've now tried it. I think it's amazing, really interesting way to write academic papers. So check it out too. And a big hand for Johannes.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I will today talk about distributing apps using Ubuntu Snaps, and specifically Django apps, and the experience that we have had with one particular app, which is what Benjamin just mentioned, Fidus Writer. For those of you who haven't heard of Fidus Writer before, it's an open source app, and it's kind of like Microsoft Office 365 Online or Google Docs or any of these others, except that like you can see in here, you don't have font sizes you can change. You can just say that this is headline level 2 and so on. But it's meant to be used for by non-technical users. It has a templating system. You can make books with it. It's quite extendable, so there's a number of plugins for it and so on. And it's within this space quite stable. It's 9.5 years old. And throughout those 9.5 years, we've not always had financing. So we needed a way to keep this stable, because what mostly happens to these small startup projects is that somebody gets a bunch of money for a while. They have an app, it runs a year, app is gone, but the text have a much longer lifespan. No? So people will not put that text into an app that's gone or potentially gone within 2 years. So we really tried to make this like as long-lived as possible and as sustainable as possible, even when we don't have financing at some stages. And one of the really big selling points for this is you can self-host it. Okay, so on top of all these other things, people can run it on their own server, and they really don't need to have any communication with us. And so for the first yeah, I don't even know how many years, maybe 5, 6 years. The way we would have it is we would have one server that we would maintain ourselves, and then there would be a growing number of universities and private individuals and professors and so on who would start running their own instances, and we would try to give them support for this, right? And sometimes they would have money for it, sometimes they would not. Sometimes it would be, you know, a private individual in a country far away from here, and they would have their own research on their own server, and like they wouldn't want to give us access, but also, you know, they couldn't maintain it easily. So we had that problem. So yeah, a few years ago, we looked at like, okay, so like, what are the options out there? Like, how can we improve this and make this more sustainable? And what seems to still be the case, you know, and please teach me about something new that I don't know about, but is that like companies that run some kind of Django app have some specific solution of how to deploy this, right? You have 1 to 2 developers who can do this within the organization. There's like specific steps that they have to go through. When a new developer comes in, and this is like a well-trained developer, it takes them up to multiple days to get the app that the organization is running up and running on their laptop. There is Docker, which, you know, was supposed to make things super easy because you can just like, you know, one command and it's just running and everything's just working. Unfortunately, that's often not quite as easy, and I have been in situations where I had to help like especially designers and people who are like technical but not exactly backend technical, and like try to help them get things set up, and it would just take forever, and really wasn't feasible for other one outside of this developer community. And then we looked at like, okay, what are the specific requirements for us? Because, you know, we have the self-hosting aspect. So we needed it installed not just on one main server and some developer laptops, but we needed it on like hundreds of servers, and or potentially thousands sometime in the future. And most of these we do not control. Of course, the one that we provide, we control, but anybody else can run it, and we do not control those instances. Also, as you know, the app grew, we started having things like a spell check or a grammar checker built in, where we use Language Tool, another open source project, but it's a Java project. And somehow we also need to get that set up. So if you need to give people instructions who are like, you know, this is the first thing, that if the first time they set up a server and they need to set up both a Django app and a Java app, it's not exactly easy. So yeah, our users are like professors, PhD students, and others who are like have some basic understanding of a computer, but not really enough to deploy normal apps to servers. So yeah, and then addition to that, because we first it was just one app, and then we found out like, oh, actually there's like a specific community that makes books with this. And so we made some plugins for them. And then there's others who just use this to like export to LaTeX. And others, they just want the JETS export and so on. And so we started making various sub-modules, like plugins for it. And not everybody wanted to have everything enabled at the same time. And so somehow we needed to get like all this, we needed to be able to let people enable and disable plugins and specific configurations while still being easy enough for normal computer users. So we looked at what's out there, and this was at least what we found at the time. There was Flatpak, which is like a relatively new and quite popular system for distributing packages. The problem with it is it's desktop only, so ours being a server-based app, this didn't really work. Then there was AppImage. This is desktop focused. I believe it's theoretically possible to run server-based things, but it's not really made for it. And there's no built-in auto-updating. So what we really wanted is to like be able to like push a button and say like all the ones that have this point release, you know, please update to the next point release without us having to enter their server. And so that was really only Ubuntu Snaps, as far as I'm aware, that does all this. Now, of course, it's being criticized for this company Canonical controlling the App Store, but it does include auto updates. It's server friendly, meaning you can make these server-based apps, although as far as I'm aware, there's hardly anybody doing it. And an advantage is that it's because it's both desktop and server. For a while, we were like, some were asking, can you make a desktop app for us? Because I really just, you know, want to write on my own laptop and then like click the export to LaTeX or export to JATS button and then get that out. And this way we could just say, well, just install the server version on your own laptop and you're good to go. Like that works just as well, or almost the same. You can run it in your own browser and there you have it. Yeah, so that's how we ended up with Ubuntu Snaps. Now, yeah, so we have the desktop and server in the same app. And there are also some advantages for like how the update works. So if what it does is it tries to update, and if the update, it tries to, so it takes the data that is associated with an app, right? It tries to use it with the new version of the app. If that fails, then it rolls back the update. So you're back to the old version. So you should never end up in a situation where there's a broken update has somehow destroyed the system for a user. The worst case is that the user ends up with an older version that is not being updated, and then you can go in manually and help them and so on. But in most cases, that really shouldn't help. The fact that they have this app store means that it's really just like a one click in the search in the Ubuntu App Store for Fidus Writer, click install, and you have it running. Of course, this basic install is not, you still don't have a domain name, you don't have, you know, an HTTPS certificate, but those are fairly easy steps to add on top of it later on. And also it has a like different channels. So it has like, you can have the Edge channel. So that's like the newest version that's maybe not as stable. And then you have the stable channel where this is always like a version that is like rock solid and should never break, because it has been in the Edge channel first for a while, and we've done the extra testing with those users who are willing to do it. Yeah, now when I just because some are not familiar with how this works in Snaps, is by default Snaps update automatically, right? So you just have the system running and it pulls down the next version immediately. However, you can manually like disable this. So for some reason, for security reasons, so if some want to like monitor exactly what is installing, they can disable it. And then if they, so one question we received is, yeah, well, what happens if you disable it and then you enable it again 2 years later, right? Does it just then like jump from version 2 to version 416 and like, you know, clearly the data won't be able to be read by the latest version? And there is actually, they have something built in for this, which is called epochs, where it knows like which version can read which version of the data, and you mark which version of the data the current data is. So it will then update for, say you have one version that can read data of version 5 and write data of version 6, and then another one that can read version 6 and write the data of version 7, and so on. And so it will update those versions that are needed to get from wherever the user is currently to what the latest release is out there. So that's all really, really smart. And then the last part is that like, you know, we don't have the resources to bundle this for a bunch of different architectures. So the way it works is we just put everything on our repository, click a button on their website, and then the final package is being built for all these various architectures. And so people can run it on different servers, even though, yeah, we just have the AMD 64, which is probably the most common nowadays on laptops. So what did we need to do? Well, in the Fidus writer part, we needed to do some code changes. The first thing is that we packaged everything into PyPy packages. So that we made like PyPy packages for each of the plugins and of the main app. And we modified you know how when you have so the plugins are Django apps, right? But you know how normally you have to like both add the apps to the installed apps list in the settings file, and additionally add the URLs to be linked from the main URLs file and potentially other places. So we basically made that simplified that so that just by adding any application to the installed apps list, it would automatically drag in the URLs. So that way, the people who have to maintain this, all they have to do is add the name of a plugin in the installed apps list, and boom, that's just working for them. Then additionally, we created a repository, the Fidus Writer Snap repository, which is based on the Nextcloud Snap repository, which is open for everyone to see. And I think that's a PHP app. So we learned a lot of what they did and how they did things, but obviously it wasn't quite the same because it's not a Python app. But we did things like, for example, they have a MySQL server packaged into it, and we copied a lot of those things. But some extra things we bundled in there is we bundled the Nano editor. And so we created an extra command, which is this fiduswriter.configure, which you can execute, which basically opens the Nano editor on your configuration file. And we made that a little more child safe by adding, like, after you edit the configuration file, if you made some mistake, that means that the file is no longer valid Python, or that you can't run like manage py help with this file, it will fail. So that way, like, the user should not be able to accidentally destroy their configuration file and thereby destroy their server. Yes, just quickly to see what that looks like. If I try to execute it here, right? So this is like a normal configuration file, and what like a non-technical user may do is write something like, you know, some setting like that. No, forgot to put the quotation mark, or put like a different type of quotation mark, something like this. Now they try to save it. So exit, and now it tells me, no, this is no longer valid. Do I want to fix it or not? If yes, I get thrown back into it, and then they try to fix it, and eventually they'll send us an email saying, like, your program is wrong, you know, and then we try to help them with this, but at least they're not breaking their server accidentally. And so far, this has taken care of like almost all the stupid mistakes that people can do by misconfiguring their configuration file. Yes. And then the last thing is we needed to add like a type of migration specifically for those things that have to change from one version to another that are not in the database. And I can show you what that looks like. So this is an example of this. So this is like a poor man's migration system. No, but what this does is that what we did in this case was we had a plugin that used to be called GitHub Export, but we added GitLab support for it, and so it should no longer be called GitHub Export, just Git Repo Export. So we needed in all the configuration files, when they switched to the new version, it needed to say Git Repo Export rather than GitHub Export, and so we just wrote this very basic, Python script, which is being run on anybody doing the upgrade from one version to the next one, replacing anywhere where it says GitHub Export to Git Repo Export. Now, you may say this isn't really safe because maybe somebody in their configuration file, you know, their child's name was GitHub, and so somehow they put, you know, this word in there and like whatnot. Yeah, that's true. But remember, like it does the rollback. No, so if somehow this breaks the whole system, we are still being rolled back to the version before this, and so we don't end up in a situation where we have a broken configuration or broken server. Now, what does the distribution look like now? Well, as you can see, it's like kind of going up. There's some spikes. This is whenever I believe this is whenever Ubuntu features us in the App Store. Then like lots of people click on it, so then it goes up and goes down a bit after that. But still, it's like at 433. That's more installations than what, you know, our small team of 4 people who are not financed constantly would be able to help with and fix and install and so on. You can see it's like many different places. 50 in Germany. In Germany, there's like actually several universities using it officially and who also paid for it. Denmark, 0. Okay. We even put a Danish name on it, so I'm not sure what that is about. Yeah, so and here just an example. So this is the Technical University of Munich. Okay, they have an installation, and yeah, where's here you are. Because of the we were just talking about the 12-factor app this morning, right? So I mean, this is kind of what we're doing is kind of separation of the app and the data, right? Because Ubuntu does this, but not quite, because in this case, what they needed is like a specialized plugin for just their server. And they needed one so that their students can log in with their student login system, and also a mechanism so that all students would be deleted after a certain period of time to be compliant with GDPR. And so this was like very specific, something that they had programmed. It's like the calls we had to make was not anything standardized. So we had to program it exactly for them. And so this plugin lives in the user data of this Ubuntu Snap. And you know, eventually this could break. But at that stage, we see like we get an alert like, oh, they didn't update. Why didn't it update? And then we can go in and fix it for them. But so far, for the last, I think 2 major versions and a number of point releases, we haven't had really any problems with it, and it's just updating by itself and just working. Yeah. So our conclusion with this so far, yeah, it's working really well, but it's not perfect. So it does work to get like the app to just be installable with a single click and so on. It's really easy for us to maintain a lot of instances everywhere, and okay, and also to let people that don't want to let us onto their server, to let them, you know, help us in fixing some bugs and so on. But there's still a number of issues with it. So the first is this is not very common. And I don't really know why, because it seems like other than Nextcloud and FidoSwider, there should be so many other apps that people for some reason want to run on their own servers. But there doesn't seem to be like a common mechanism for letting people install those kinds of apps. And so because it is so uncommon, like our help is looking at what Nextcloud did in their Snap, right? Try to ask somebody in the Ubuntu Snap forum, but there isn't really there are not many answers there like before we asked them. And in Stack Overflow, there's almost nothing. And so there's also a number of bugs in here, and you can if you look at the code, you can see of the FidoSwider Snap code, which is on GitHub and which is also open source. You can see there are several times where we like work around a major bug that they have in their system that hasn't been fixed for multiple years, and probably because there's like hardly any demand for getting this fixed. So that's an issue. Then also
And yes.
If you're running Fidus standalone on the server, what exactly is the advantage of using snaps over a big native package?
So yeah, the question is, if you're running Fidus Writer as standalone, what is the advantage of the snap?
Over a dep package or over?
Yeah, exactly. Over the package manager, right? The traditional.
Yeah, so it has this the data rollback that I'm, at least as far as I'm aware, we don't have in the same way. That dep isn't made for that the same way. Also, the idea, at least with it, is, and I mean, it is in theory it's working, that you can install this not just on Ubuntu, not just on Debian, but also on Red Hat and many of the others that are not dep based. It's just that, so Ubuntu has like made this like, oh, this is the common tool you can install on everything. But then, and so they have created these tools for even Red Hat distributions to install it there. But the Red Hat company is not very happy about it. So the Red Hat people are kind of against it because they like Flatpak, the other one.
Yeah, I have a similar question. I know that you can answer the same question about each and every alternative, but I was interested in why Docker could be a disadvantage for the people that you find using the snap is better.
Because it's harder to install. It's not like Docker. My experience with Docker installing it on Ubuntu is, first of all, you can't use the Docker version that comes with Ubuntu. You have to like install some separate list of packages from get them somewhere from the internet, and you need to have Docker Compose for something, which I never quite figured why that's like a separate thing, and I mean, you end up spending, like I've on some of my last jobs, I had to use Docker, and it ended up being like at least half a day or so, or a day or two, getting a new system set up with it, and you had to have these really long instructions. It's never just one line.
So you're saving your users from this confusion.
Yeah, I mean, I can handle it. I'm a developer, but like I wouldn't ask somebody. I wouldn't ask somebody else to do it. Whereas this, I mean, anybody who has, I put, my parents only know Ubuntu. They never had a Windows laptop. No? So I just put Ubuntu when they first got their computer on it. They've never seen anything else. And I could ask them to just like, install Fidus Writer. They know how to install packages, and then they can open their browser and see it. I think that's easy enough for them, yeah.
You have very lucky parents. Yeah, more questions? In that case, we can get a little bit closer to our schedule. But thank you so much for the talk. We are going to try to switch directly to the next speaker, but we have to swap the laptop and swap the sound, so it's gonna take a minute.
Yeah.
Please take breaks. I can totally work better when people are not doing watching me, which
All
is
right.
ironic. Please tell people to take water.
Okay, we're taking a 5-minute water break.
Let me get my thing.
saving all the energy for the end of the day. And
that's an assumption, but okay.
And super excited to hear this talk. I mean, we've all once been a new developer, so let's see how we can help.
Yeah.
More of those to get started.
Yeah. So, who am I? I'm Marijke. I am from the Netherlands, Groningen specifically, which is like all the way up in the north. What am I? I actually started with IT at 12, wrote my first HTML then. I love front-end web development, which is exactly why I don't do that professionally. So I became a back-end developer, studied it as well. I think I've been in, I'm not sure how long I've been, but somewhere between 1 or 2 decades in IT. I have 2 jobs at the moment. I work at Clippa, which is a OCR company, so you can scan like receipts and they put it through a whole cool like monetary tracking system. Well, it's cool. And it's a really cool company as well. And on Fridays, I am a coach at something called the Big Academy. It's a vocational education. Those are teens. They're ruthless. Like they were the first people to see this presentation. After that, nothing was scary anymore. Like seriously, they are. But like my students range between 15 and 33 of age at the moment, so that is quite a lot. Also, I will try to stand still, but I am very ADHD and tired. So let's just get started, and I hope. Whoop, spoilers! More spoilers! Oh my goodness, that is a shame. Yeah, it was this one. I love this thing, seriously. I have a couple sections. It's some like preparation, a bit about psychological safety, practicalities, and some parting words of wisdom. But first, leave your ego at the door. What I mean with that is if you want to train juniors, or I call them new developers, because you want people to adore you or want to know how amazing you are, or whether you want to tell them, yeah, I'm your boss, so do this or whatever. Anything like power plays or like ego tripping, no, that sort of disqualifies you for the job. So if you want to go and power trip, stay away from juniors. So with that being said, preps, get your house in order first. You first always need to have an onboarding strategy in your company. One of these reasons is because people who are new, especially when they're new in your company, that can also be senior developers, by the way, they need to know what the company is, who the company is, and who to ask when something is wrong. Clippa does a pretty cool job because as a new developer, you visit every stand-up of every team once. You get like introduction presentations, and there's like a whole hub with info, and there's HR that you can ask, and everyone's available, even the board. So that is pretty cool. So people will sort of learn in their first month where they have to go with which questions. Is it going to film me now? Seriously? No. Tools for communication. You must not only have one tool of communication, it's plural for a reason, multiple tools for communication. For example, I have a lot of information processing issues. So if you talk to me, I will definitely not hear half of what you're saying and probably not understand the other half. So I prefer written, but some people just want to do Zoom calls all day, which is my definition of hell. But some people prefer that. So you must have multiple ways and tools for communication. And I am a huge fan of documentation, so I just push this everywhere. You must have documentation of everything, how the company works, how products work, whatever. Documentation brings a bit of like self-supportiveness to people. What's it called again? Independence. And also it allows you to forget things, like you write it down, people forget. I have once had a direct colleague die like over the Christmas. That was really bad. And he didn't document, so I was like, that double sucked, like personally and professionally, that both sucked. So write everything down. What's in someone's head should be on paper. And the good thing about documentation is the shorter it is, the higher the chance that someone is going to read it. So all that. By the way, I completely fangirled over Wilhelm's presentation earlier. So everything he said, all that and more. So psychological safety. This is the most important thing. What you must provide for anyone, but especially juniors, is a safe environment for them in which to make mistakes and to function, because people who feel unsafe will not function, or they might get angry or whatever. You'll get into trouble. I did not come up with this idea. This is actually, I don't know whether it was Google who came up with the idea, but they did study this. And in 2012, they discovered that psychological safety is the #1 key to having successful teams. Let's dive into it. One thing you must know beforehand is your position of power towards another person. People always have like sort of an unwritten hierarchy, like people who have been longer in a company will always be looked up to by new developers or new people. But there's also more like cultural. We of course have a lot of sexism and racism. And now look around the room for a moment and count the number of people here you see who are not a white dude. Yeah, everyone's like, yeah. So the first, if you have like a company full of white dudes, which we call a monoculture, the first woman or black person or whatever to walk in is probably going to suffer, or unless you have like a really good system in place to make them feel happy. And even then, it's a lot of work. I am, by the way, not qualified to dive into the details for this, but you always must be aware you might have a position of power. And I had a boss, or like, yeah, he was a boss, not a leader. And he, hope he's not watching, ex-boss, luckily. But he always said, like, I want people to be honest to me, to tell me what's going on. The thing is, people, especially when they don't have like a long-term contract, are not going to be honest to their employer. So you can say that you want people to be honest, but yeah. So always keep in mind door precision. Oh my goodness. You are getting so many spoilers today. That's really good. You do not want a clone. Your role as a guide is to sort of supplement their lack of experience with yours. I mean, everyone can learn, but their experience is the real thing that makes you a developer. I mean, we all become seniors because we have wrecked production a couple of times, or in my case, done a lot of dumb things, including deploying at 5 p.m. on a Friday afternoon while drinking wine. That was not my best moment. It was many years ago, and it was really dumb. But like, if you haven't destroyed production database or whatever, at least once in your life, have you ever been a developer? Well, or you are a new developer, but you will. So, you know, it'll be cool. But like, people have like a lot of opinions. I think developers are super, super stubborn. And they're like, yeah, but I want it to be done like this or that. And my goodness, style guides are like something else. But you must remember that you do not want someone who thinks exactly like you do. Actually, it's more beneficial to have someone who does not think like you, because different people will come up with different solutions. And if we all act the same way, we won't have like a complete solution. For example, I love web accessibility. I'm not that good at it, but I advocate it everywhere. Like, I actually made a mistake earlier today on Twitter, not writing the hashtag correctly. Yeah, feel free to retweet. And that's the thing, because we don't have a lot of like blind people in our daily lives, maybe, but we need to learn to cater to people who are not like us. I mean, we are technical, savvy people with fast internet, good devices. Most of us are fully able. So we are like probably the worst user to design for, because we are perfect. And I say perfect because we're not perfect, but for developers, we're like the easiest target group. It's way better to target to a broad range of people. And if you have a broad team, there's more chance of you achieving that. It will also, by the way, cost a lot more time discussing everything. But well, suck it up, I think. So, and that also sort of ties in with new developers, new ideas. But what I mean with this one is that new people will look at your code or whatever, and they will be like, huh, why is that? And you're like, yeah, but we've been doing it like this for years. Okay, but why? And then sometimes in a good situation, gears will start rolling. They're like, yeah, why are we doing this? And I also make sure, like, if I have some people, young people, I will sometimes just drag them with me to complicated whiteboard sessions or whatever, because I think they are super valuable. Either they just learn or they contribute new ideas, which is a win-win. With that being said, this is my favorite. Success is a team effort, so is failure. I think working together as a team is what makes good products. I just casually mentioned doing a really dumb deploy at Friday afternoon while drinking wine. That was a bit dumb, but there were 3 seniors sitting around next to me who could have dragged me away from the screen, which they should have done, of course. But had I destroyed production, it would have been their fault as well. You cannot blame something on the junior, because, yeah, if you can allow like a new developer to ship a bug to production, then you can also be like, yeah, but who approved it? Who guided them? Who whatever? You cannot pinpoint a problem on one person. But so is success. Like, you support each other, you learn from each other. At Clipper, we try to have people like ask questions in public channels and not in DMs, so like everyone can chime in, and also for people to learn to ask questions. So work together. That is, yeah, important. And I will also always make a point of making compliments in public. Why? Well, for one, very practical. HR is in charge of renewing contracts. And the people who are in charge of renewing contracts usually don't know how someone performs. But if they see that someone got a lot of compliments in public, they have like more reason to keep someone on the employment role. But it also sort of improves someone's confidence and social standing. And you can say like, yeah, this person did something really well. Plus, we just need a bit more love in the world, I think. But keep your feedback private. And when I mean feedback, I don't mean code feedback. I mean like when you notice that someone is not performing well. You know, if you ask someone in public, yeah, why have you, or like if you even say you suck, that would be weird. But why have you been doing so badly these days? There's so many things wrong with that question. But maybe someone is grieving or stressed or whatever. And if you just put them out there, like HR is going to know, colleagues is going to know, there will be shame, there will be stress. It sort of starts a downward spiral. So anything sensitive, put it in private, but like boost someone up in public, and like a lot. So practicalities, more spoilers. More spoilers. Oh my god. Give an ADHD a button and things go wrong, like seriously. Oh my god, things go really wrong. This is really fun. I am having so much fun with this thing. I hope you are too. I am not touching the button now. You must limit the number of context moments. I learned this from experienced senior developers. I always thought that if you have to guide someone, you sort of have to helicopter over them and just keep checking in with them, which is a bad idea because you also need to let people go. So I check up on people maybe once a day, twice a day, and I make sure that they know that they can reach me if they really need me, or when I notice on the sprint board that things are going slower than expected. But funny thing is, one of the best things you can do while helping people is to leave them alone. It's pretty hilarious. I never thought about this before, but top tip. And I also reserve time slots. So I always know, like at a certain Thursday afternoon or Tuesday afternoon, I have a time reserved for someone. And you also must do that when you think you have nothing to discuss, because either you're going to find something to discuss or you have some private bonding time or whatever. Just make sure, like, this part of my agenda is yours. I think people respond really well to that because that's clarity and they know they have dedicated time and all that. And always stick to the one-on-one sessions. One-on-one, they don't have to be pair programming, though I do love pair programming. A lot of people indicated to me that they don't really like the whole classroom vibe, but with one-on-one sessions, you can sort of remove the classroom vibe because you can focus on someone's specific needs. Because like some people, like I said, prefer verbal communication. For me, like write things down and in bullet points. Like if you give me a bit of text like this, I will never read it. Promised. So you can cater your sessions to someone and they will feel free. And if they have something private to discuss, you have time for that as well. So yeah, I love this one as well. Actually, I love a whole lot of these slides and tips. I think I just love my job. But anywho, I have been going through my slides in a high-speed time. So we're already at the parting words. I have two sets of wisdom for you. First one is treat people like they're going to be around for years. There's this lovely fake conversation where someone says, what if we train someone and they leave? To which someone responds, what if we don't train someone and they stay? I can tell you, like, who would prefer the first situation? Hands in the air. Okay, who would prefer the second situation? You are allowed to raise your hand. I mean, I'm good. No shame. Yeah, so just train them. Which brings me to the second point. If you treat people well, they will advocate for you as well. It's like if you have an ex-employee or ex-colleague who is still talking really well about you, you have done your job right. And worst thing that can happen is you have invested some time in them and it's lost, or at least that's good for the other company who takes them after you. But in the best situation, you have an amazing colleague for years. And I also think that if you give the right example, like if you treat people well, genuine kindness and interest, that they will learn to do it back. Because I think we do have a bit of a vulnerability issue, at least lack of vulnerability issue in IT, where it's all like, oh, I'm cool, I'm amazing, and everything I do is the best thing ever. Yeah, that's not very healthy. I mean, we don't have to be all cuddly and cute together, but some level of empathy would be preferable as well. With that being said, I think I have just broken my record for this presentation. A little wrap up. I hope my head is not in. No. One of the things you have to do is provide psychological safety to people, which is actually the core of having a successful team. This is one of the slides I edited. What did I put here? Do not put people on the spot unless it's a compliment. Yeah. And you are a safety net, not constant supervision. And with that being said, where's my question slide? I had a question slide. Let's just keep it here then. Are there any questions? By the way, if anyone follows me on Twitter, you know, like, it's a bloody miracle that I'm even here. So, I am spent.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let me be your question slide then. Are there any questions from the audience?
Sure.
Yeah, the thing was only giving positive feedback in public, right? If you get like asked by managers or something to provide feedback on someone, do you also keep it exclusively positive? Because I have so far been doing that, but I noticed in the company everybody is doing it, and it leads to some title inflation.
So the question is, do we like stick to only positive feedback when managers ask? I don't. I will, of course, always present even negative feedback as like just a fact and not as a personal attack. Not like, oh, he is not performing well, but they could do better, or that I will find the words to not make it a personal attack. But I think if we want to teach people, we do them no justice to coddle them. And what you also must make sure is that your team as a whole is functional. And if you have one person who is not really going well, not really going right, you risk upsetting the balance of your whole team. So I don't really see it as much as negative feedback, but more like things they still need to learn. And then we decide, I usually do that with my team lead, to focus a bit more on that in the coming weeks to just steer them in the right direction. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Cool.
A question in the back end.
You said at the end about like being vulnerable with each other.
Mm-hmm.
How, that can be a struggle and maybe historically hasn't been as good. I'm curious what your advice would be about how we can all be more vulnerable with each other.
Well, how can we all be more vulnerable with each other? I think actually as dudes, you probably have to figure that out yourself a little bit. But I think honesty on itself is already good. Like you can just start practicing like little things like, I haven't slept well, or I don't really feel well. Just start with the little things and practice, and then eventually it will start growing. You don't have to open your heart to everyone. And no one's going to force you to. I hope, at least that would be an HR breach probably. But you can just practice with the little things and build it up. And if other people see you do it, then they will also start copying, and then you get more genuine two-way conversations as well. Start practicing. Oh, and don't laugh at each other. Like seriously, some of you can be really mean to others. Like, ha, you're like, ooh. Oh wow, you feel bad. Ooh. Don't put people down when they are opening up. Reward the good behavior.
So much good advice here, and if I can add a comment, it's not just about companies, but also about communities. For instance, a conference event or a meetup where people are new, and a lot of this goes as well.
Yeah, but I actually told Paulo this morning, I feel like our presentations are like the perfect hamburger today. Like he starts with the community, I end with the more like personalized approach, and then everyone in between halfly spoiled some of the slides. But I think a lot of people, I think this is a really good place where we're all helping each other. And maybe you don't find every presentation interesting, but it's still like you can still compliment people. Like might not be your subject, but cool that you did it. I mean, not everyone dares to put themselves up on the internet forever for everyone's eyes and scrutiny to see.
I couldn't agree more. I have a question, and I'm kind of hoping I'm looking forward to your answer.
Oh dear.
Does this advice of having an onboarding strategy, does that go for all organizations, no matter their size, no matter?
I think it does. I'm glad that you're happy with my answer. Also because I'm now in my second startup going scale up. This is like with Clippa, this is the second time I'm experiencing this pattern, and I notice how handy it is that they have already sort of practiced with certain strategies when they were small, because then they can scale it up instead of like, oh dear, we now have 30 employees, what do we do with them? So you can just build it up, and actually it's really good because if you're a small team, you can easily make like small corrections and all personal, which is much easier than when you have to cater to 30 people. So you have some time to just dig in a bit. So it's I think you should start when you're really small. That's the ideal time.
It doesn't have to be the onboarding strategy, but just a.
Yeah, but we all learn. Yeah. That's the thing. But if you like ask for feedback as well, like how did you think this was going, you will have some tools to make it even better for the next person. I mean, it is everything almost in communication is a two-way street if you want to, which you should. So yeah, just start onboarding.
There's a question there.
You emphasize quite much about documentation.
Yeah.
I cannot disagree with you. And
okay.
Do documentation, but the thing that I encounter every time is it being maintained, or how is it done, or how is the line for it or principle for it and so on. Do you have any advices or models or anything like that for keeping up, you could say, or keeping in a shape?
I did actually write a blog a couple years ago, blog article, which mentioned some of these things. Actually, documentation was a bit out of scope, but I think it's just one of the most important things. I always say that documentation, it's better to have no documentation and outdated documentation, and it's almost impossible to document after the fact. So when I see a pull request without documentation, I will nag people. And like, seriously, I got named head of documentation after some point because they were so, I had been doing this for weeks and they were like, okay, you're head of documentation now, jokingly, and it's kind of stuck. And I also have like Flake 8 plugins. I don't know who know. Does anyone not? Yeah, I have pre-commit with Flake 8 plugins. And I kept telling some of my people to a team that they needed to end their documentation with a dot and started with a capital letter. That was so annoying. So I just added Flake 8 plugins that now do it for me, which is really cool because now I'm not the annoying dictator. Flake 8 is now. So it just automated away and deny pull requests without documentation. I think it's also a bit like the same as with unit tests or whatever. Like, it's not maintainable if it's not there. Like, so just force people to write it, and people will object to that. Usually salespeople, I think. Yeah, you'll have to figure a way together to bypass sales in that case if they don't want it. I think most see the benefit these days. Yes.
Yes. Next question. It's at the window. Yeah.
A thing they often said is the best teacher is someone who just learned. And according to some of the things you said, we should also educate people to educate, which is like saying, when you learn this, you will be the next one to teach on the next onboarding.
Yeah.
And about this with documentation, a good rule is to say, if you ask questions, make a wiki page, then ask your question and write the answer into the wiki page, because you would be the best one to formulate something that's hard to grasp. It's like how to explain how to ride a bicycle. You cannot explain it because it becomes silent knowledge, and a lot of the things we do is silent knowledge.
This is exactly what we've been doing. Like, we also have like a developer presentation monthly where we just present stuff to the entire dev team. And when someone builds something really cool, we just tell them like, okay, you're going to present it, or you're going to write a wiki article, or both, usually both. They so we already encourage that, and I also encourage like people to. I also want like the less experienced developers to do like pull request reviews and all that. I want them to experience the whole flow, because you cannot start early enough with learning how to like interact with each other. So good one.
And there was one more question. I think we have just a few minutes left.
Yeah.
So
Everyone wants beer, I guess.
Nearly. How in the evolution of like remote working and the mix of on-site, off-site, hybrid, distributed teams, how have you found that challenge while you're working on with consumers?
Oh my God, this is I got this question back when I first gave this talk, and this is this one is a bit mind-blowing for me. I have a problem. I love remote working, but for the work that I do, I want to be there in person. So I'm like, one of the two has got to give. I hated remote pair programming, though you do have like these really cool plugins now in VS Code, in PyCharm or whatever, that allows you to share a screen together, like actual program together, which is super cool. Although I still prefer the in-person version. And I think you just need to call on each other more. Like in the office, you run into someone at the coffee machine and you're like, how are you doing? And if they're not really well, then you'll sort of hear it, or you can see that they're a bit sad, or you can like happy and you can act to that. Remote, you have to really just call in a couple times, maybe even plan it, just like, hi, just call in, how are you doing? That sort of thing. And I think that I'm not the type of person who likes that, because it's an interruption of your work if you're like programming. So I found that really hard, to be honest. But yeah, it's all about like finding what works with each other. There's no golden rule to this. But like for teaching people, I'm glad to be back in the office. It's not impossible, but it's not the best either.
That was possibly the last question. Is there
Beer?
anything you would have liked to be asked?
No. Oh my god. Well, I am normally kind of dead at this time anyway, so I'm just happy that there's beer. But I would like to thank you. I am like super. Like it was already explained. I'm like super happy that we have these like seat thingies. They're really cool. I love the venue. I think you did a marvelous job. It's really funny. I've been to a lot of meetups, conferences, but like starting off with the pronoun badges and a code of conduct and all that, not everyone does that. So I'm like super happy that you all did that. That's like good preparation as well. And I love the venue. I think you just did a marvelous job, and all the guys in the back.
We basically just got onboarded by other DjangoCon people.
Good strategy. And now, the one thing I had promised to make this an example. Email's like, oh God, she didn't forget. I would also love to have more women in IT. So like, try more. And one of the reasons why that just happened. Look, this is my dress, ladies. It has pockets. Pockets are a way to a woman's heart. So I was telling Emil, like, you can just put this in my pocket. It's like, okay. And I was like, yeah, only a dude would say it, because the women are like, yeah, pockets. And this is also one of the reasons why it's really cool if you have like more women, but also like people of different colors and ethnicities and all that. Then everyone can find someone they resonate with. So I'm so happy that there are women here, although I wish there were a bit more. So be kind to your fellow developing ladies and non-binaries and whoever else, dear men. Well, that's that.
Yes, 100 emoji.
Why am I clapping to myself?
And thank you, Marijke, for being sticking to the very last end, almost, because there is also lightning talks. To
no beer, then.
Be an obstacle to your beer, but the lightning talks are really fast, right? That's the thing with lightning talks. And we have 4 lightning talks. We're going to have to just swap the microphone between each lightning talk, but otherwise we'll run it from the same laptop. So I think we'll be ready in a quick toilet break. It's time, so 5 minutes time, I would say. Yep. All right. I'll ring the bell again.
You're really happy with your bell, right?
Yeah.
But seriously, what is it?
I don't have a loud voice. When the 5 minutes are up, comes the loud bell. That means time's up. And we have 5 lightning talks. So see if we will finish in 25 minutes. And good news. So we tried to speed things up a bit with the bar. And Vidya is working high speed in the corner to set up a little beer pop-up shop right after the lightning talks are finished. It's 50 kroner per beer. That is like cash or mobile pay. And it's really good beer and it's really cold. So first lightning talk is you, Romlo. Welcome. I think we can start the time.
You need the microphone, no?
You didn't get a mic.
You kept the mic.
Yes.
No, it's already coming.
Yes. So yeah. Let's see. So yeah, hello again. So this lightning talk, yep, it's okay. Yep. So hello again. So this light talk is more or less ask for helping. Let's suppose that, and also the way that I do this kind of test. Let's suppose that you have created a decorator for your function, like that f, and that decorator is still in my code, and I have applied the decorator on that function that just returns one. And if I want to unity test the function y, then I cannot get a proper answer because the assertion is wrong. The function is returned, your code is mine, because the decorator stole the execution, the execution flow, and yeah, and you are doing wrong things, and I'm forcing this error, okay? And yeah, but if you want unity test that function y, then it's hard. Things start to get harder. Of course, you can create in a second function that y is going to wrap up that second function, but that's not a beautiful code. And yeah, and the second approach, if you go to the documentation, what the Python community says, that use a function to wraps, so you can properly create a decorator function. And again, if you run this function, boom, is not working properly because that's not enough to create a proper decorator and afterwards having a unity test. The way that I do is I'm creating an unwrap function. Oops. And yeah, I decorate my function, and now I'm going to unwrap my function, and then I'm going to test it. And then boom. Yeah. That means that everything went fine. That's the way that I do unit tests on decorated functions. I've created utils that's going to unwrap the function. Pay attention that that's a recursive function. The unwrap, that's going to kind of peeling. It's going to remove all the layers that has been applied to the function that I would like to test. And then I'm able to unit test my function without creating a secondary function and without creating that much mess on my code. That's the way that I do. And I don't know if that's the most efficient way to do it. If you know a better way to unit test decorated functions, then I would love to hear from you guys. But otherwise, that's the way, and that works fine. Yeah. That's what I'd like to say. And it's just unplug.
Yes, please. Unplug and unplug yourself. Yeah. Mine.
I think we need to download the PDF maybe.
Kind of just download it. Come on, good.
1, 2. 1, 2. Maybe. Yes.
Mike. Oh, Mike. This one's on this side to be here.
One, two. That's good. Awesome. All right. We need to go fast. I came up with this talk when I was procrastinating for the actual talk. Last fall, we got something wonderful. Python 3.10. I saw this tweet by Leah about things breaking because there's double digits in the minor. Tim Yates replied he used to use this as an interview question. And that got me thinking, how far would I get if I was asked this? I would start with semantic versioning. I've heard about it. It's simple. You basically have x.y.z. For comparing, you don't need to know what they mean, but there's the major version, like backwards breaking changes, minor, backwards compatible features. Z is a batch, and you go them one by one. Once you get the smaller one, that's when they differ. So I would write a quick piece of Python code, feel really good about myself, takes me a couple of minutes, I'm like, yes, I got the job, awesome. And then the interviewer is that all? And I'm like, is there something else? So then I sat for a beer, I did some Googling, I learned that there's also pre-release and build info. So it looks like this. You have optional pre-release with dash, and then a plus sign, and optional build stuff. The pre-release is taken into account, the build info not. And was supposed to be a GIF, but essentially this is a regex that parses semantic versioning. Once again, I wrap this up in an interview. Job done. Awesome. Turns out not everybody uses semantic versioning. For example, Perl uses two different versions, systems. There's one that looks like 1.2, meaning 1 and 1/5. And the other one is an integers separated by dots. So 1.2 as in 1 and 2. In the first one, 1.1 and 1.10 are the same because it's a decimal number. In the other one, they're not. So awesome. And sometimes you have underscores. I don't know why. For us in the Python world, we have this simple pip for 40, where you can find this is what it looks in Python. Really simple, easy stuff, easy to remember in an interview. Something like Ubuntu uses calendar versioning, where the version number is basically when it happened. So 20.04.3. And then there's something called idiosyncratic version numbering that LaTeX uses. They just have the digits of pi, and with every new version, they just add the digit. Because why not? How about Windows? Officially not the version number, but more of a branding. But I'm sure somebody has done this for like actual versions. Funny story, I think Windows 7 was actually version 6. Because, well. So did we learn anything from this thought exercise? First of all, if you get this question in a job interview, bring up the complexity, show that you understand that not everybody uses the same system, and then ask for a spec so that you can solve just one of those things. Because I don't think you can write a script that solves all of them. And if you have to do this in real life, well, I just hope that you only need to do it within one of the specs and not universally. Thank you.
Funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, switch that off. because I could. Whenever you're ready.
Yes. Yeah, and you can hear me. That is great. So I'm going to talk about something that I'm not an expert in, but something that got me really excited recently. I'm already using Wagtail, and just want to see here. Yes, that's how the first slide was. I want to talk about translation in Wagtail, and just to give you a brief recap of how it was before Wagtail introduced a new extension for localization called Wagtail Localize. It was very complicated to do translation, and it's complicated because we have two different scenarios that we kind of want to mix, and then we don't have any real workflow support for the translators, and then it's hard to really include translators in our process of translating because it's so technical. But that's before. Now I would say that it's getting much more easy. The scenario to me looks intuitive. It has real workflow support for doing the translations into many different languages, and the interface is tasty. So Wagtail is not a normal CMS. I could say some more about that, but I'm a bit afraid of the time. But you know how like WordPress, everything is just like one big pile of data. Even WordPress itself is like a zip file that installs on top of another zip file. And that makes it very complicated to manage WordPress. And that's why I love Wagtail, and I see it as a complete game changer for making websites that work great. And the wonderful people at the Torchbox has then come up with a new way to do this translation stuff. So there are two different types of translation scenarios that we use to mix, and it's good to be aware of them. One of them is like often called one-to-one. So we have like, for instance, one web page in a language, and we will have that web page in all the languages. So that's a one-to-one, but that can also be a product in a shop that needs to be sold no matter what language the shop is in. But then we also have deviations. So we can talk about independent content trees. And it can look a bit like this for the one-to-one. No matter which language we look at, we want to see the same product database. And that will show us translations of each of the product for each of the languages. And then we can have these independent content trees where we say, if we are on the English one, we can have a page that's only visible for English version. And then we can have some other pages that maybe we have on all the languages, but we kind of just do that manually. And then we can try to mix them. And that's where it gets really complicated and confusing for the translators. So in comes Wagtail Localize. And what Wagtail Localize first of all does is it makes it possible via the Wagtail interface to simply add a new language. You can say that the new language should be automatically synchronized from another existing source language. So that means that if you create a page in English, if that's the source language, it should automatically be copied to other languages and ready for translation. So that's the example here. We choose English. And then every time a new English page pops up, it will also, or product or any other kind of database item managed by Wagtail. So then it will look like this afterwards. You can just see it says English there and French there. So we have like different routes of the website that we can navigate and do the translations or add new unique pages, because that's how you can now mix it without worrying about the different scenarios. When you want to translate, that's where the workflow comes in. One way of doing it is to simply mark a page, 1 minute left, that you want to translate, and then go into the translation flow, and then you can select what language you want to translate to, and then you get the fields that are marked for translation with their source, and then you can type something in, and this is for the translator to work with. So this is super nice. You can also download PO files that you can upload into the cloud, maybe if you have machine translation. And then it comes with this nice workflow where you can have an overview of the things that are being translated. And that's really the end, but there is more stuff. There's a nice tutorial available on Wagtail localize.org. I recommend starting there. And then Wagtail has a really good overview on their website of what the new localization framework does.
Yeah, you're first. If you're ready.
Yeah.
Bella, can you pass on the microphone to?
Yes.
Please. I'll get yours on.
Yeah, Google Slides.
Excellent. Maybe you know it better than me.
Yeah, there you go. That's good.
Is that all right?
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just going to click through here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
Right. Sound working? Yeah. Okay. Don't stop my timer yet. All right. Thank you, everyone. Just a quick lightning talk. Wrote this earlier on. Haven't run through it, so hopefully we'll be within the 5 minutes today. I'm John. I'm the director of Foxy Talent, which is a recruitment company I set up last year. I have worked within recruitment for 14 years, specifically within the Python and Django world. I've been involved in communities and meetups in the UK. It's my first event overseas, so thank you very much for having me. Yeah, I'm going to try and skip through some of these because there's quite a lot on there. Right, talking about your job search, I think one of the key things when you're embarking on a job search is to actually understand why you are going there. Is there something that you're trying to get away from in your current company, or is there something that you're not getting fulfillment for that you want to go towards? Is there something that can change within your current company that would help, which would make you want to stay in the end anyway? So why not address that up front? If you are thinking that it's something that's going towards, it's why. Again, what sector? Why do you want to go and work in tech for good, health tech, renewable energy? Is there a tech stack? Do you want to work in community projects, open source projects? Is that something you can't get an itch from in your current employer? Don't worry about the next bit. Writing your CV. I think once you've understood your why about what you're looking for and when you're trying to make your move, that's where you write into your summary about you, what you want to put in front of your potential employer, your future, put some skills in there, cover off your employment. And then I think importantly, especially for everybody here, if you're writing a CV in the next year, put that you've been at this event. If you've spoken here, put that you've spoken at the event. If you contribute to anything open source, link it. This is the part of a CV that people really look at. In your search, first thing is you work with colleagues who work with your technology. Somebody will have had a job search recently. They'll have met a company that they like that they didn't get an offer from. Speak to them, find out who's hiring, who should I be speaking to. Again, research it. If there's an industry or a sector you specifically want to work in, go and research companies who do that. There's some great resources where you can find out websites that are built with Django. Search there. If you like the website, look at the careers page. If there's nothing there, find the CTO online, message him, say you like the website, you want to join them. Speak to a trusted recruiter. I only know about the UK. You find somebody who knows your area if you're looking for a new job. Once you make an application, follow up. Don't just be a CV in an inbox. Make sure you make people aware that you're actually genuinely interested and there's a reason why you applied. Throughout your process, don't take on too many applications. At the moment, with the volume of companies that are hiring and maybe a lower volume of active candidates, you will be getting invited in for interviews pretty much every time you put your CV in front of somebody. So you could easily be very overwhelmed very quickly. So just be a bit cautious about what you're doing. Take on maybe no more than 2-3 applications at any one time, so you can really focus on those. Complete your first stages, reflect back versus your why at the very beginning. Are you getting the ticks and the boxes that you created? Set time aside during your final interviews, answer all your questions, and then at the end, reflect again. Have I had my why answered? Am I getting what I wanted to get from the search? If you're in a lucky position where you've got multiple offers, great. Reflect on your why. I think that's the key thing I'm saying. Distract yourself. I really liked what was mentioned earlier.
if you've got a hard decision to make, is that the whole thing? 1 minute, good. Distract yourself, go for a walk, play something, distract yourself. I enjoy when I'm making decisions, I'll go and play around a golf and it will just, something will happen. That's my thing. Are you making a decision versus your head versus your heart? When you come to resign, it's nothing that anyone likes, but you can get advice on this. And then if you're going to get a counter offer, because it's hard to hire talent, people will want to keep the talent they've got. Reflect on your why. Are you moving away because of something? Are you moving away towards something? Yeah, make your decision and hopefully you're there. But worst case, just if you need any help, any advice, just ask somebody who knows this world and can be impartial and play devil's advocate and maybe ask you the question you didn't want to ask yourself. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully that is it. This is me. If you want to get in touch, I'm on Twitter. I've been commenting all day and there as well. There we go.
Do you have full screen for me? Yeah.
This is as good as it gets. I'm sorry.
Yes. It's working? Yeah. Okay. So time started now. Okay. I wanted to add a slide for the presentation this morning, and but I was not ready to do it. So I want to ask for your help because I want to try to help the organizing of PyCon Italia, the conference. But in the last 2 years, it was impossible to have this conference. So I'm not a person that already organized or helped organize a conference. So now I'm talking to you about PyCon Italia, inviting you to join us. This is the website, and we are organizing a lot of things. Sorry, I'm not able. Yeah, we have also prepared a audio, but this is the last edition in 2019, I think. There is the hotel we organized the conference in Florence. It's very close to the Arno River. And every year since 10 years, I think, we organize in the same place because it's good to have a walk after the conference and to go to Florence to have a beer or a sleep. The Fiorentina is the original from Florence. And we organize a lot of social events during the conference. This is some of the participants, and the guy with the girls with the yellow t-shirt are the organizer. And now we are trying to complete all these things we have to do. Okay, we invited a lot of interesting keynoters here. Maybe you know some of them. We tried very hard to concentrate on diversity in talk, in keynotes, And we also have a very good program. This is the schedule. We have first day, 2 of June. It's a beginner day for all people that want to join and don't know about Python or Django or similar and want to learn, and also for people that want to help people learning about this stuff. And then we have 3 days of talk with various track from various community, and we have keynotes. And at the end of the day, usually we have, in this case, a pie drinks. Usually we go out for beer, and the next day we have also other keynotes and talk with also workshop training there. And we have Pie Fiorentina, as I said before. And the last day, we have Sunday, also a track for Django girls. And we are searching for a coach to join us and help to organize this workshop. And we also have and we also are organizing some panel about web and diversity. And for the first time this year, we also have a garden, because it's June, it's very hot. So we have a garden. We organize some tracks and talks about green and climate change and similar stuff. So I invite you to join us. We still have some tickets, and traveling for different conference, it's very good. I can assure you to you, because being here is great, and every time it's very welcoming. And I want to encourage you to do the same things, or participate on your local conference, but I'll try to travel and meet other people in other country. And if you want, you can start from Italy in June. Bye con Italia.
Thank you. Great. Yes. Thanks. Awesome.
Oh, I'm gonna be unpopular, but that was not exactly the last talk, because we just want to close for today. So we have a couple of closing remarks. I think we should just.
But where do we have
go
those
through them
slides?
now.
Belter?
Oh, it's a Google presentation.
In where? Belter.
Yeah, it's a long time ago since I sent it.
Yeah.
Okay. You'll get the link in a couple of seconds. You'll get it on Zulip, is that right?
On Zulip would be good, yes, please.
It should be sent now.
Something is coming. Dun, dun, dun.
Something came in.
Dun, dun, dun. Yes, something is here. No, she's not here. Oh.
Good thing we already have said thank you.
Yeah, you did say.
So
that is a good thing.
We can go to the first slide, though.
Okay.
Here
That's
we go.
the end.
No.
Oh,
That's the beginning
first-
of the end.
Ah, okay. Oh, you go the other way around. Tricky. No, I'm kidding. Pardon? Oh, the slides online. Oh, let's not. Everyone out there should be able to see those. Sorry, my bad. Yes, good point.
All right, so a long and fantastic day is coming to an end.
Mhm.
And we want to just say a couple of thank yous and some practical things. And let's get started with it. So first of all, big thank you to our sponsors who are here in the room. want to talk to anyone of the sponsors, you can probably see on their name badge where they're from.
And they're also on the website. So if you go into the 2022 djangodate.dk, they will be in the bottom of the website, and then you can check them out. And some are hiring, and some are like, you know, showing off cool products where you can do debugging and like all sorts of stuff. And I encourage you just to go and check them all out.
Yeah, it goes without saying that we wouldn't be having this event without sponsors.
It will not. It will not. So thank you.
And of course, we wouldn't have the event without speakers. So, thanks to everyone, and really appreciate all the traveling that most of you have been doing to get here. And then thank you everyone who put their confidence into this event, got a ticket, encouraged us to keep on having the event on schedule, even though we live in times of uncertainty. That meant a lot. So thank you for coming. Thank you for leading it. Thanks to the people watching online too. And then thank you to the organizers, which is not just me and Emil standing here.
Definitely
it's not. Klaus sitting here.
Yeah.
Doing all of the chat hosting, and who has been checking you in this morning and helping out to set everything up. Big thank you to Vidya in the back, who is keeping an eye on the bar right now. And then thank you to Pernille, sitting in the crowd there, who has been constantly updating Twitter throughout the day, making sure that the world knows what's going on here in the room. On the stage. And
Mads and Joe.
Yes, Mark, who was had to leave, and Mads, who has been constantly monitoring the streaming and helping us out with all of the sound and video. And also a big hand to Joseph, who has come all the way from Malta and really proved that you can be an organizer by working remotely. Thank you. Yes.
And thanks to you too.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Always a pleasure. And she's not here, unfortunately.
But we have said thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Caroline. So we are almost ready to wrap this up. I think we have not really organized the group photo yet. I think maybe it's a bit overdue, but should we try it?
Yeah, we can. If everyone just sits. Do you want to gather people? Come, just take. If I stand here and take a photo and down.
Yes.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
Would that not work?
And then we just wanted to say one extra time that all of the talks will be online eventually to share. And Django Day 2023 tentative date that you can expect can be announced is the day before the Easter break next year. That's our draft. We would really like to have some help in organizing it. Anything. We don't have a plan yet. And really we can use all the help we can get. Just get in touch with us via email, via Zulip, anything. Come tap us on the shoulder. That's not the only event type. There is still a meetup group, and it's kind of self-served. It means that you can announce meetups there, and we really encourage that.
And to that, if there is a company here in Copenhagen who would like to, have one session one night where they have some developers who've done something cool, or just want to show some of their tech or something, they're more than welcome to host a meetup. We will gladly, help with, organizing things. But if someone wants to just open the doors and even needs a space and still want to contribute with their developers and a talk or two, that's a good way to show your face. And here we are. And so that's get in touch, I would say. And you can also be an organization. You don't have to be a company, but anybody who would like to host a meetup and get out there, there is a good community here in in Denmark. So yeah, just reach out and we will gladly help. Very gladly. And people are also coming from Sweden sometimes if the topic is really good. No pressure, but yeah.
And finally, we do have Django Con happening in Portugal. So just want to throw a little advertisement for that. I know that the organizers of that could also really need the encouragement from people buying tickets. That helps them a lot in their planning. So anyone who has a ticket for this event will send out a little 10% discount after the event has finished. And then we would also like to mention their call for proposals is open, so send in your talk submissions, and there is opportunity for you if you need any financial assistance. Then the opportunity grants are also open right now. So, party time. Enough of this stage time. We'll take the group photo afterwards.
Yeah.
But firstly, a little few remarks on the party.
Yeah. Didier, do you want to talk about the beer and the beer prices and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. I was looking out there.
50 kroner for a beer. Some are cold right now. Some are not cold. They're in the fridge. Getting cold. They're cheaper. No. We have different sorts of beer. Nipas, session IPAs, oatmeal stouts, tea, something, wheat beers, everything from the lovely people like us, which Emil talked about before. We also have some things to make drinks with. It's not my specialty. So if you want a drink, you can get the ingredients and do them yourselves. And that's about it. Yeah, and we only take cash or a mobile pay.
Yeah, so for those of us who don't live in Denmark and or therefore cannot get a mobile pay,
they are ATMs around. I think there's one down at the Huntsville. Ask Google.
Don't go to the scumbag ones, the Euronet.
Yeah, the if it's like
If it's yellow, it says Euronet.
yeah, it's gonna cost you.
If it says ATM.
Yeah, that's the right one next to Superbosen. Don't use that.
Yeah, use that one.
No, it's 20 kroners. Anyways,
Okay.
ask
Whatever,
Google
sorry,
about
don't
it.
ask Google.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, we tried to do some kind of copy. We couldn't get to it. So sad.
Wait, so Google knows which ones not to use? Or
No,
does not know?
no. Just ask Google about an ATM.
Okay.
And if you get to the ATM and it's blue and yellow,
Then go to the next one. Okay.
Maybe Nordea or I think Loan and Spar has one found at Belgium still.
Okay. We all make mistakes.
Thank you, Vidya.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Yes. Great directions.
And also for the group photo, I think we can do a. Wasn't this the idea?
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we can distribute them
Yeah,
around.
it's a group exercise. We have to build these balloons up and figure out what we can build.
Good one. Good
When
one.
you say you need pub quiz questions, what kind of questions do they need to be? Are they necessarily Django related, or can they just be just random trivia?
Yeah.
Django and Python related.
Damn it.
Don't get too creative.
Questions about birds and animals.
But do get creative.
Can I get a hand of how many people? No. How many people are coming back after they're getting out to eat? Like how many people are going to stay in the park? Okay.
Was not raising their hand.
We have a lot of beer and drinks.
Are the ones that aren't raising their hands because they don't?
Yeah, fill it up.
So,
Benjamin,
yeah.
do we have the thing? Do we have straws?
You need straws.
Du kan godt putte den op på...
Why don't we have straws? Oh no.
Oh no.
We need straws. It's gonna make it.
Okay, I think we should close off such that everyone on the stream can get out of their couches. They're probably also hungry and thirsty and everything, while everyone here in the room are inflating balloons.
Yeah.
So
Thank you, Internet.
Thank you, Internet. Thanks for coming today.
Yes.
And I think that was all.
Yeah, we'll take the group photo as soon as the balloon making is over.
Yeah.